in the ask. Bright and dark. Hi, Jason. Let's see, and this goes to what time?
10:50, 11:20.
Yeah, 10:50, 11:20. Okay. So one thing I did notice though that on the drop down for in Eventi, it defaults to Monday. You have to click it. There's a drop down to Tuesday, so you can see Tuesday sessions. All right, hi Jason, can you hear me all right? Just want to check the audio and so forth here. Also on the right hand side, you have comments. So the main comments are public, and then there on the right hand the private chat. So let's see. I don't have any audio from you right now. So it might be on the bottom left side. There's a mute button also on StreamYard here.
Hey, James. Doing fine. Just let you know, the session starts closer to 10:50, and people kind of come and go. I'm gonna have to present in another room for short, so I'll turn off.
See?
Okay, try that now.
When I hit the green, you see like it's doing the green? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right.
Woo. A setting on my side.
No worries.
You can always just drop off if you want to.
And you can see the correct version of the deck, right? You're not looking at like the speaker notes section.
Like sure.
I can see you in part of the.
Sorry, I'm trying to remember another person. Let me just go to mute.
I can see you in part of the screen on your over your shoulder.
Is that correct? Is that what you should see?
Yeah, so there's also on your side there will be a share screen, so you can share your screen.
Right. That's what I was pressing. I just wanted to make sure you saw the deck and not, because I have two monitors, and on one monitor, so when I hit play on Keynote, it takes over everything. I have notes on one section and then like the actual live deck on the other screen. So I just want to make sure that you could see the live deck.
Right now, I'm just seeing you.
What about now?
Hold on. Okay, hold on. What? Actually, here, hold on. Okay, so yeah, so right now, okay. Let's see, when we introduce, it'll look like this, and then I can go to your and I can go to right to your deck. So we can go basically from here to here. There's your deck right there.
And you can see it?
Yep, sounds good. Looks good.
Okay. So just hit play on my deck.
Yes, you're completely, it's completely controlling your screen. Yeah, so just go ahead and you can go ahead and put it up now. So that's what you should have and that's what we're seeing live.
Cool.
All right, so just about 10:50. Let's go ahead and get started. We can chat a minute and then. Hi, this is Bill Hartzer, and I'm happy to have Jason White here from PMG. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to Jason, and then we'll go ahead and get started. You should be able to see Jason's deck right now. And Jason, go ahead.
Cool. Thank you. I am Jason White from PMG, and I'm Director of SEO. PMG is headquartered in Fort Worth, Texas, and we have locations all over the country and in London as well. I'm originally from upstate New York, where I worked agency side for a number of years. Then I did a corporate stint in-house down in Florida for about 3 years before moving to Fort Worth. And when, we all identify a number of different ways, and one of the ways that I identify is as a bike racer and a cyclist. I've been racing for 20 years, and this is actually going to be the first year that I haven't done a bike race, but I'm still lucky enough to be training and probably averaging about 90 to 100 miles a week. And I live near an Air Force base, and they have fighter jets at the Air Force base, which are so much fun to watch while I'm riding my bike. I kind of feel like Tom Cruise in Top Gun when he's on that motorcycle and the jets are flying and he's like, shaking his fist in approval at them. But it's cool because I watch them doing dogfights, and they're doing all kinds of different trainings and maneuvers. And it's all originated from this guy named John Boyd. And John Boyd is credited with creating kind of like the modern combat framework. He has a very interesting biography that you can find on Amazon, and a lot of nicknames. He was a really cranky guy. I guess he was kind of grumpy and crotchety and not very kind. So, you know, Genghis John and Mad Major were some of his titles. He never actually had a combat kill, and I don't think that he actually saw any time in combat, but he earned the name 42nd Boyd because he was able to disarm his, whoever he was going against in his dogfight within 40 seconds, and that was supremely fast. I mean, John is basically the modern day Top Gun. He is a military architect, and he architected the approach to Desert Storm in the early 90s. And there's a number of congressional hearings that he's participated in. What I love him most about John Boyd is that he's the inventor of the OODA loop. And the OODA loop is a framework which allows for quick decision-making. And it's useful for anyone in fighter jets to litigation to digital marketing like ourselves. And the process helps you filter information, put it in context, and then act on that information. And for digital marketers, OODA loops allow us to cut through the noise and focus on what really matters. The goal is you start to observe, you orient yourself, then you decide and you take action. And so the goal is to try to get through this series of steps faster than your opponent. If you're in a fighter jet in the sky fighting for your life or practicing or whatever happens up there at 30, 40, 50,000 feet. But if you are able to get through this loop faster than your opponent, you should have a theoretical advantage and enable yourself to win or accomplish whatever goal it is that you are trying to achieve. Largely, I feel that OODA loops can kind of position you to become more proactive in your SEO. You're less reliant on Search Console or Webmaster Tools. Google Analytics data is certainly a part of an OODA loop, but you're not reacting to the things that take time to show up in those types of reports. And I find this is really important. It makes me a little crazy when I have to advocate for Google or I have to defend them. With all the indignities that they place on us, as SEOs and as practitioners, it's tough sometimes. You're put in a very difficult situation where you're not in control and you're communicating all this stuff to your client or to your boss, and it can kind of whittle away their confidence in what you're saying because you don't know, you're not in control, and you're based on their whims. And the indexation issues this year have been a pretty major theme. It's very on brand for 2020. I feel bad for Google, but also at scale, this kind of stuff shouldn't be happening. And so I feel that OODA loops put you closer to your data and make it so that you understand if this stuff actually matters to your website or doesn't actually matter to your website. In terms of setting it up for a digital life, there are a couple of key components to the OODA. You need to understand your data sources, what your goals are, and what you are trying to achieve out of the metrics that matter for your particular data set or your vertical. If you're in-house or agency, sometimes there are different considerations. And so mapping a lot of this stuff out can be important to you. You also need to have a data repository of some sort. It can be a data lake, it could be a spreadsheet, it could be locally on your computer if need be. This enables an alerting functionality. So the alerting is what's going to enable you to decide to take action or to not take action. And action can come in many different types of forms, whether it is submitting a Jira ticket if you track your work on Jira or Trello. Airtable is super popular. Or if it's something that is going to affect performance very soon and very quickly, you probably want to get on it a little bit faster than submitting a ticket. I like to map out all the data sources that are available to a particular client or to available to us at the agency. And there's definitely some classic tracking. You have your Google My Business, you have Google Analytics, Omniture. You could pull in your Search Console, your Bing Webmaster Tools. All of this stuff is the things that we are used to dealing with on a day-to-day basis. And I think that it's important to also understand the advanced layers that you have. If it's a Botify, Screaming Frog might not be considered very advanced. I think it's kind of a table stakes tool for SEOs right now, but it's the best tool around as far as I'm concerned, especially for the cost behind it. It's insane. SEMrush, Moz, Stat, you can build this. OODA loops are flexible based on whatever you have available to you. And I would also urge people to consider the paid data that a brand or a client might be using. Social listening can be super impactful to OODA loops. Even CRM and like product feed data can be very, very impactful for understanding exactly what is going on so that you can decide and take action on it. At PMG, I'm super spoiled and privileged in working at an agency that has a data lake and has a lot of technology behind it. I can connect everything through APIs and XML and spreadsheets, and I can segment the data any of the ways that I want. But basically, like if you don't have a data layer, Sheets for Marketers is a wonderful place to start. There's a lot of templates that are already there that you can build all of this off of. I believe it's a paid model now, but I know there's also a lot of free tools that are out there if you search around on Google Sheets. There's also Data Studio, and Data Studio dashboards are very, very popular right now. You can pipe all of your data into Data Studio and still create the alerting aspect if that's what you are after. But you need to understand kind of like where you're going to house the data. Then we get to our alerting layer. We run all of our alerts through Slack, and it does a number of things for us. We have a bot that is on the cloud, and it runs scheduled maintenance crawls for all of our sites and all of our clients. It also runs maintenance crawls for competitors so that we can understand what is going on with competitor, or if there's an opportunity that we can jump on. You don't need to have a bot on the cloud. Screaming Frog can be programmed locally to run on a scheduled call, and it can still achieve a lot of the same results of what you're looking for. We set up alerts, besides a crawl, we set up alerts from Omniture, from Google Analytics, Search Console. We're kind of ever building out where we get the alerts from, and we're always customizing it towards the client data set. And as you can see with the Ali alerts, we have a lot of fun, in what we name them and how we alert ourselves to some of the issues. But if you don't have this ability to pipe it into Slack, there are a number of connectors. Zapier, If This Then That. You can set thresholds in your spreadsheet with SQL and connect to the devices or applications to interact with your alerts, whether it's a text message. You could set up Twitter alerts for yourself and have something that is, tweets privately if you're concerned about that. There's also Microsoft Flow, which I don't think many people are super aware of, and maybe I'm completely wrong. I wasn't aware of it. But if you're a Microsoft user, it's already built in, and it's actually kind of a nice tool that they offer. So if you're a Power Outlook user, you can still create the alerts for you and not have to pay for anything if your company is on the Outlook stack. A lot, if you go into Zapier and you go into If This Then That, really anywhere that there is an app place market store or app libraries, it's a great place to search to see not only how other people are using tools, but to get ideas and to see that there's already connectors in place. So, excuse me, if you are on DeepCrawl, you can very easily connect to a Slack channel. Same with Basecamp projects. And I really like these because it allows me to research use cases for buying new tools. I can see what others are doing with the same tool. And it's probably something that I'm not aware of or not used to seeing. And so that can add to my business case on why we need to buy that particular tool. And it also allows you to set up the act stage for however you would like to act at any given level. So if you have those maintenance crawls scheduled and you have an increase in redirects or you have an increase in 404s, you can export that report and have it deliver tagged to the ticket in Jira so that all the work is already there and you're just doing some basic checks. From a technical standpoint with UDAs, this is a case study of a client that we picked up last year. They're in the e-com space. They have a couple thousand products they sell. They're in the fashion space and sell all kinds of really neat clothing. And so we got them on. Rankings are definitely can be a misleading indicator. It's vanity metric. I feel like we probably largely agree about this as an industry, but it's also an indicator of success. It can kind of be a lead on what's happening or what's not happening. And in this case, it was super impactful because we started to see a little bit of softness in our rankings. But with the softness in the rankings, we were still up year over year with traffic, and we were still up year over year with revenue. And so it was a little bit puzzling to us on why we were seeing a decrease in rankings. We took a look at everything from a brand perspective and a non-brand perspective, and we could see that our non-brand keywords had actually taken a pretty big dive. And so a lot of different theories, maybe there was an algorithm shift. The timelines didn't quite match up to that. And we didn't really see any sort of features that were being added in. And again, traffic and revenue were up. So is this really a problem, or is this, like kind of a false positive? When we segmented our data based on position, so usually we look at it from 1 to 3 or 1 to 5, 6 to 10, and then everything's on page 2. And everybody always talks about page 2 not mattering. And I definitely agree that it sometimes doesn't matter. But in this case, it was discovered that it was out of stock. It was actually out of stock pages that were seeing the largest decline. And this is something that's been talked about in the industry more and more as the year has gone on. And Google's algorithm seems to be picking up speed and understanding when a product is out of stock and dropping it out of the index a lot sooner than it was previously. And so our rankings weren't taking as much of a dive. It was actually products that we did not have in stock. And so that is why we were also driving additional traffic and we were driving additional revenue, because there were new products that were being sold. And so the OODA loop helped us identify this out of stock issue before it became a bigger issue from a technical health standpoint. I also like OODA loops for client strategy. Whether you are onboarding a new client or you are questioning and like trying to get into the nitty gritty of what the actual problem is or what the need is. Julian Cole is a marketing strategist. He has a ton of resources on his site called Planning Dirty. He recently shared his approach to questioning clients, and it really had like OODA loops all over it. In the objective, the mindset you needed, the questions, and then the technique. And so when we are at the initial stages of observing what the issue is, our data is earned based on the state of mind for each of those OODA loop stages. And so when we're observing, we want to take the mindset of a hostage negotiator. Hostage negotiators don't persuade. They use tactical empathy to understand their counterparts' problems, and they work with them to create a desirable outcome. And so it's kind of like working with the current and not against the current. When we're orientating ourselves towards the problem, we want to take the mindset of a police interrogator. They turn vague statements into concrete details that can be proven or disproven. It's a yes or no type of answer. And then lastly, when we're deciding to take action or not deciding to take action, we want to take the mindset of a prosecutor, because a prosecutor will question their own witnesses through direct examination. They also will question the opposition's based off of cross-examination. And so the prosecutor ends up controlling the message, which then leads you into that act stage. The types of questions that you ask within these mindsets are very important. When you're at the observe stage, you want your question to encourage long, thoughtful answers that are open-ended. You kind of want to get your client going or your boss going and just rattling off all the little details and issues and things that are related to whatever the problem is. The goal, or your goal, is really a deeper level of introspection from your client. With Orient, we want to get a little bit closer, a little bit tighter on our types of questions. And so we want questions that encourage specific details. And the goal here is specific, concrete answers based off of the problem that we're working through. The decide stage, we want questions that encourage comment on concrete next steps. And so the goal for us here is to provide alignment on what those next steps are. Each one of these stages has different techniques that can be applied to it. And in the observe stage, once the question has been asked, all of our focus should be on active listening. And you can show that you're listening with minimal encouragers, such as yes, I see, sometimes just can be impactful. Paraphrasing, mirroring what the person is saying, effective pausing, and emotional labeling. It sounds like that is a very frustrating thing for you. With the Orient stage, you want to use boxing. And boxing is something that is super, super helpful for active listening and can be used in a variety of different situations. And basically what you're doing is whenever somebody says something that's interesting statement, interesting problem, you want to write out what they said, and you want to draw boxes around specific words that you would like to follow up on. And this is something that the police investigators actually do. And what it enables is one statement can easily create several follow-up questions to earn more details. So if the client says, our local strategy really took a dive when the new developer started, there's a number of aspects that I would want to box on. What is your local strategy? How much did it decline? When did the new developers start? What work did they do? When did the developers actually implement that work? And so all of these questions get me a lot closer to understanding what potential fixes we could have for the issue that is being discussed. At the decides phase, we want to do reverse testimony. And so we want to state the facts that we want heard so that the client or our boss confirms it. The developers deleted 3,000 pages, didn't they? They started in June, but performance started to decline in May. Is that correct? And I'm getting those yes or no questions out of the client at that point. I actually had a development team delete 3,000 location pages on me once. And I was able to figure it out based on this OODA loop technique and making sure that my data was accessible to me. They did it as like maintenance is what they called it too, which was a lot of fun. But we turned it into Lemonade and made a bunch of money off of that mistake. So I think it all worked out. In terms of content generation, OODA loops can also be very impactful. Keyword planner, I'll save my negative stuff about that. It's reactionary, but it is an important tool for what we do. I prefer the paid search keywords that we use, whether it's query reports or negative keywords. It's a little less reactive, and we're a little bit closer to what's going on. Really, I think the gold ring is the proactive strategy of social listening, using the social media chatter that's happening behind brands, understanding if people are asking for fit information or sizing information or care information. These are all things that you can build into your program. And if you have social listening, there's a lot of bots that are available that you can actually load up your content to respond to these users with the piece of information of care information or fit information when they're asking it, which is something that I think is pretty slick. Mapping out your content OODAs into your reporting aspects takes the conversation from, we think this will work, to, during the annual sale we had last year, we drove boatloads of dollars. We would change the strategy like this to align with the consumer trends that have changed during a pandemic or the search engine trends that have changed over time. And what I like about content OODAs is that they allow you to see when the success was earned. so that you can get ahead of any publishing that you might possibly need to do. You can get ahead of seasonal trends. You know, we talk a lot with our clients that we need to get the holiday stuff done in the summertime, basically, so that it's published and that we're earning wins. The data is showing that in August is actually when we need to start publishing some of the holiday-specific content. We should be planning for that in June. July is probably a little bit too late, but with the content UDOs, we're able to see what's working very quickly. We're able to take the client's information, the client's idea, and adapt it to the given situation. And that's me. I am Jason White. I'm from PMG. I like bikes and the OODA loops. And we're hiring a lot of different people. So definitely take a look at the careers page if you're looking for a gig. I think we have some questions, so I'm going to pop off of this.
Sure, thanks, Jason. I'll open it up to some questions, and there should be an area where you can make some comments there. If you have any questions, we'll do our best to answer them.
Excellent. So I know last time we kind of talked about
So how do we get in touch? I know you put your screen up. Are you active on Twitter and LinkedIn and so forth? And how do we get in touch?
So I am active on Twitter at Sonray, Sonray. LinkedIn is awesome, and that is going to be /JAYLWHITE. And then PMG.com is another excellent way to get in touch.
Sure. Are there anybody in particular you like to follow on Twitter and where you get a lot of good information?
I'm constantly kind of like switching in and out of different people to follow. You know, I think that kind of your standards are always out there. I love Ian Laurie. I think he's just like, he's so funny. He's been funny for a long time, but his viewpoints are really spot on from a technical standpoint. And so, you know, that's somebody that I really like to follow. I think that it's really important to get a diversity in thought, and that's really why I end up like dropping and refollowing and changing who I follow from time to time. More and more, I'm trying to get out of the SEO space, and I'm really following a lot more strategists. I want to just kind of like change my approach a little bit and not have everything under such like an SEO lens from time to time. So Julian Cole is another great one who I mentioned earlier.
Sure. Let's see. Anybody have any other questions for Jason? Any comments? I know we have about. There we go. Question
so
from
I can go back
Anne-Marie.
to share screen too. Let's see. So OODA loops are a framework which allow you to have quick decision making. When you're in the air and somebody is shooting at you, you need to observe what's going on. You need to orientate yourself to the issue at hand, decide how to act, and then actually act. And so from an SEO standpoint, I think that OODA loops are best served by understanding, you know, how you're going to allow yourself to observe, how you can orient yourself to the actual technical issue, or to the content issue, or maybe it's a success and not an issue. And then the alerting aspect and the action aspect. Did that help answer the question? If there's follow-up things or specific things, people can absolutely reach in on LinkedIn. Jason White, JYLWHITE. My LinkedIn image or avatar is pre-COVID, so I look a little bit different, but I'm up there. Same with Twitter, SONRAY, Sunray, and happy to answer questions. Happy to help anybody work through things. Show how we approach different problems at PMG as well.
Sure. Any in particular tools that you're a big fan of, that you're using every day, or any analytics tools, other analysis tools that you use?
I have like a lot of customized bookmarklets, and what I do, I'll write like the JavaScript, so it'll pull the URL that I'm on, or it'll give me the exact information that I'm looking for. We're in and out of Google Analytics every single day. The alerting through Slack, Slack is just a super helpful tool. It's got a lot of distracting negatives to it as well. So it is a double-edged sword. But I mean, Screaming Frog, I can't, $180, I think, for the exchange rate right now. You cannot beat Screaming Frog and its adaptability and what you can pull out of it, what it can tell you, and keep your finger on the pulse of what is happening with your site on a day-to-day basis. So I think like if there was one tool that I had, Screaming Frog would be the tool. I don't think I would pick any others.
Sure, definitely. That's definitely one that I use on a regular basis. Sure.
And I like their log file analyzer too. I think that can be fun to play with. It's certainly a lot easier and faster than doing it through spreadsheets like we used to do back in the day.
It looks like we're about a minute or two left in time. So any other questions, comments anybody has? We'll just wrap up the session here. Sure, we will be making all the videos and as well as presentations and so forth available afterwards in our learning management system, so anybody can go back and, if you missed anything or need to go back and review any of the slides or so forth, then that'll be definitely available. Should be available starting tomorrow sometime once we already have a lot of the recordings, a lot of the sessions, and so. And this one was recorded as well, so we'll get that uploaded in the next few hours or so. Just last call for any questions, other comments, when we'll take a break for a minute. And let's see, we'll also, coming up, we have, in this room, we have Simon Hesseltine, who will be doing a session as well. We'll have about a 10-minute break or so. Thanks again, Jason.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody's time.
Hi, Simon. Can you hear me okay? Okay, sounds good.
Hey, Karen, looks like we're still waiting on Martha to hop in, so it'll be just a second. No worries. So far, I think we just had our kind of first hiccups yesterday trying to get all the team members up and ramped, and otherwise it's been going really well.
What I'll do is just do a quick introduction, and then we'll bump over to your
Awesome, yeah.
recording, and then
All the videos will be online on the LMS, which you can start uploading those tomorrow.
and then we'll have the Q&A afterwards when it's done.
Hopefully tomorrow. Yeah, we're trying because we're going to try and put the actual presentations they send us because that's where we'll get the best quality, and then we'll also try and cut in the Q&A at the end so people can get that information as well. So, have you been enjoying it or having any issues or? Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people have seen that. We've had some people like emailing us about that. Yeah, I think getting used to the app is always an interesting thing. All right, let me check and make sure that she's coming. I'll be back in a sec.
So Keith was saying he couldn't hear me. Can you hear me, Bill?
Yes, I can hear you just fine.
Okay, good. Okay, thanks.
All right, we'll just go ahead and get started since it's 11:30. This is Bill Hartzer, and I'm happy to hear to have Simon this afternoon and or morning, depending on your time zone. And welcome, Simon.
Thanks,
I'm
Bill.
going to go ahead and get your video started, and then we'll be back in a few minutes for some Q&A live.
Sounds good. Hello, I'm Simon Hazeltine. I'm the VP of Audience Growth at Trader Interactive, and I'm going to be talking today about growing traffic to mature sites using your own data. So first, a little bit about me. I used to work at AOL for about 6.5 years as the Senior Director of Audience Growth, overseeing about 135 different sites. From there, I went to Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, where I mostly worked with one site. So a little bit of different ends of the spectrum there for enterprise sites. I taught SEO and online marketing at Georgetown University for about 5 years, from 2010 to 2015. And as I said, right now, I'm at Trader Interactive. And Trader Interactive, this year, we actually won the Best Global In-House Team at the 2020 Global Search Awards, so we must be doing something right. I'm also one of the 2 folks behind WTF SEO, which most of you have probably never heard of anyway. As I mentioned, 135 different sites, but I've also worked with other sites outside of the AOL ones. And the Trader ones you see there are the Trader Interactive ones. And before you think it, no, we're not that Trader. We don't have cars. We do have commercial trader, out trader, and so forth. But anyway, I am here to talk about getting more traffic to your site. So you think about your site as, something that you work on, something that you exercise, like a muscle, and a site that has been worked on, that's had all the SEO work done, that's had all different kinds of optimizations done, you may think of as a normal muscle. But if you, for example, think that you don't need to do that SEO work now, you can put it off for a while, maybe a couple more months down the road, have the devs work on something else, then you're going to end up in a situation where it just atrophies. And what's going to happen there is you're going to start to lose rankings. You're going to start to lose traffic. And again, why does something like this happen? Well, complacency would be one of those issues. You could be at the top of the game and think, hey, job done. Wipe your hands, walk away. Let that traffic keep rolling in. That's not going to happen. You could also think that, there's something shiny over there, some brand new project to work on, or a new area of the business to move into, or something that Google's told you should probably be doing, but isn't necessarily core to your website. That can distract you from it. It can stop those fixes that you need to have happen to your site from being prioritized. And what's going to happen while you're not doing these things is your competition is probably going to be out there doing them. And all you need is one or two competitors to start hammering away at your market share. And again, you're in that situation where you've atrophied. But of course, it's not just your competition that can be damaging you. It can also be all those algorithm changes, all those many hundreds or thousands or 5 core changes or whatever it is that Google does throughout the course of a year. They can impact you. They don't, most of them won't, but it doesn't matter about most of them. It's about that one algorithm change that happens that does impact you, hopefully positively, but potentially negatively if you haven't been keeping on top of the things that you needed to be keeping on top of. Again, you're just going to end up with that situation where your site is going to atrophy. What do you do when you're in a situation like that? Well, if you're not going to be looking after your site and you still need the traffic, you've always got SEM, you've always got pay-per-click, you've always got your Facebook ads. You can just take out that unlimited budget that you've got and just throw it at the wall. That's not going to work for most businesses. For most businesses, what you're going to have to do is actually fix those underlying problems. Make sure that you are optimizing your site where you need to be optimizing it. I'm going to give you an example now. So I'm going to walk you through what we did with RV Trader last year as a case study. So a little bit of background. RV Trader was founded in '98. It was a print magazine, but it did also have a website, rvtraderonline.com. Because obviously, if we hadn't put the word online in there, you wouldn't have known where to find this website. In 2010, the print magazine stopped. So the entire business went online. We no longer had those magazines sitting out there in your local supermarket. And it was great that it was online because we had the word online in our URL. 2 years later, we got rid of the online. It just became rvtrader.com. Now, when I pulled the data in April of 2019, I pulled the 50,000 keywords from SEMrush and wanted to basically take stock and see where we were. We had 11,400 almost number one rankings, almost 20,900 top 3 rankings. That also includes the number ones. And then 33,931 top 10 rankings, again, including those in the top 3. So we knew where we were from a starting place. But what about the traffic side of things? When we look at our traffic, we can see that there's not been a great deal of movement over the years. It's a little spidery when you look at the overall traffic. When you look at our organic UVs, you can see there's been there had been a bit of improvement in 2017, 2018, 2019, not so much. So there'd been a little bit of backsliding going on. And again, when you look at everything overall, it really was kind of just year over year baby steps. And while this is a mature site, while it's a site that's been around for a long while, baby steps wasn't going to cut it for us. So we looked at this and said, okay, 2020, we want to be our leap year. Now, obviously, it was an actual physical leap year, but we wanted our traffic to leap up to the next level. So we had to figure out, how could we do that? And the first step was what pretty much most folks' first step would be: audit what we've got. Look at the site. Look at what we had. So of course we used different tools, and a couple of the ones we used, Sitebold, Screaming Frog, and we looked at the things that all of you will have looked at, all the basics, the technical site issues. We looked at crawlability. Could the crawlers get everywhere on the site? We looked at the URLs. Did the structure make sense? And was there only one URL to hit each page? The answer to that was no. There were multiple URLs that were hitting the same page, showing the same content. So that had to be fixed. We had metadata issues. We weren't necessarily giving the full context of the pages to the search engines. And then just other basic site stuff, like making sure we had the right content, making sure we had the right internal linking. Again, all basic kind of stuff, but all stuff that matters. Then we started looking at competitive data. So again, we pulled this from SEMrush. I pulled in the 50,000 keywords that we were ranking for. And I did the same for our top 7 competitors. And I said, okay, what does this show? So I pulled them all together on one spreadsheet and said, okay, let's look at those things that our competitors rank for that we don't. And then figure out, why don't we? And from looking through this spreadsheet, we could see different areas for improvement. And it's not really white space. It's actually fairly dark gray space. White space would be where none of our competitors are. This is where they are and we are not. So in order to be competitive with them, we should be in these key phrases. So then we looked at the ones where, we're not on page 1. So let's say we're ranking from anywhere from 11 to 40. Why aren't we on page 1 for those terms? Do we need to be on page 1 for those terms? Are they terms that matter? And then it was a case of, what can we do to get these to page 1? And then the next set was, all right, let's look at where we rank 4 through 10. Why aren't we in the top 3? Which of our competitors are in the top 3? What are they doing to be in the top 3 that we're not doing? So that's the competitive data set. And then we started looking at our own data. One of the assumptions that we had made is that when folks are searching for an RV, that they would probably want to find an RV near them. So if you are searching in Dallas, you're going to want to find an RV in Dallas. Maybe with like a 20 or 50 mile range at the most. We actually went out and asked our customers, the people searching on our site, whether that was true or not. And what we got back was that the majority of folks, we asked this to RV Trader and Cycle Trader customers, would actually be willing to travel more than 2 hours to find the ideal unit that they were looking for. What that meant was that we could then change our search parameters so that we automatically did a 150 mile radius search. Now, what that meant was that we now had cities where we did not have any inventory, but now because we were doing that 150 mile radius, suddenly there was inventory that was showing in nearby cities to that city. So we could potentially rank for people searching for a location that had no actual physical inventory, but it had nearby inventory. And this met with the user intent because the user is willing to search and travel for those units. So then, of course, we've done the audit, we've done all these, we've identified all these problems, all these issues, all these potential fixes. So the next step is actually to do it. We had a backlog of Jira tickets that, again, the developers were working on potentially some of the shiny objects. There'd be some trickle through of SEO. But we got to the point where we said, okay, we have a lot. We need this done. So what they said was, we're going to create a Tiger team. That Tiger team was 6 developers for 6 months. And over the course of that time, they worked on 116 Jira tickets, just specifically on SEO. And of that, 84 of those were on the RV code base. And the RV code base is shared with Cycle and Aero, whereas we also have a commercial code base, which is the truck and equipment side. So of these tickets, 84 of them were on this side. And while they were working on that, we said, okay, we need to work on content as well. We need to make sure we're getting some unique content on the site, better content on the site, because we're a marketplace site. Our listings are being fed to us by the dealers. Those dealers are going to feed the same listings to our competitors. Same text, same pictures. We have to have something different on the pages. So we started looking and saying, okay, where can we build unique content? So we started writing 200 to 300 word SEO blurbs, but they're not really SEO blurbs. I mean, they're pieces of content for the page that provide information for the user about a particular type of vehicle, a particular model. And that is unique content that we have had built to help the users. And then we have the other side of content where we said, okay, let's build some links. So we went out and we created infographics. And those infographics have been picked up by lots of different sites, whether they're industry sites or in some cases news sites have picked them up. And that's built those links into our site, which obviously help us. Then we get into modeling. Well, not that type of modeling, data modeling. So with data modeling, what we did was we said, okay, let's take a look at the data that we have, our own data, and what can we do with it? So we looked at those past year averages, those monthly changes, and said, okay, this is what we should build into our model from a seasonality perspective. We then looked at what we're doing from an SEO perspective, from that audit, and said, okay, if we got that content in there, if we got these technical fixes, if we got those on-page fixes, if we got that new keyword targeting, let's say we were ranking, on page 1 for those new keywords we're targeting for, what is that going to do to our site? How is that going to change our traffic? And we looked at what's the impact of SEM? If we tweak the budget up or tweak the budget down, what impact is that going to have on the traffic? What impact is a push on social going to have? And all the other channels that we have coming in, direct traffic, if we're doing branding, how is that going to move the needle? And based on all of this, I built a model that came back and said, this is what we should hit if we do all these things in 2020. And pretty much every month was going to be a record month for that month, apart from January. So that was where we were aiming to go with everything. And of course, the next step then is actually, measure things out, see how things actually happened. So I'll start going back to the rankings that I showed at the beginning. We had all these numbers for where we were ranking. Here's where we actually ended up in July of 2020. we had 162% increase in number one rankings, an 88% increase in top 3 rankings, and a 26% increase in top 10 rankings. We've actually kind of got to the point now where we can't use the regular SEMrush tool, which only provides 50,000 answers, because 50,000 keywords, because we're pretty much there already at the 50,000. But we know the work that we did definitely helped move us up. And we did, again, look at these keywords. We pulled the competitors' keywords and again reviewed where we were against them, whether we had made inroads into that dark gray space, whether we'd made any inroads into those keywords that we were trying to move up from the second page to the first page. And we then, every month, we're constantly modeling out the traffic to see how it is moving. So what I do here, this is a sheet that I fill out every day. I pull the traffic down from Adobe, from Google Analytics. We have some sites in both. And I look at where we are currently this month. What traffic have we generated this month? And it doesn't matter whether you're talking UVs or visits, as long as you remain consistent. I then look at where we were the same time last year. And by the same time, I don't necessarily mean the same date range. I mean the closest equivalent. So as you can see on here, I have the 1st to the 4th and the 3rd to the 6th of last year. And the reason for that is because I want to compare Monday through Thursday against Monday through Thursday. And we had a leap year this year, so there's a 2-day switch rather than the usual 1 day. Because we do have different levels of traffic for different days of the week. And by looking at that formula, by looking at last year's against the total for last year and multiplying it out by where we are this year, I get an idea of every day where we are trending for this month and what my projected UVs are, or my projected visits are for this month, and how that's moving against goal and how that's moving against last year. Looking at this, I can then tweak the SEM spend if I need to. I can look at where we might be failing on from an SEO perspective, or where things might be moving around from an SEO perspective. And that's where you get into all that kind of tweaking, which is that, adjust as needed. This year has been an interesting one. We've moved our SEM budget around. In fact, the first few months, our SEM budget was about 10% down on last year's SEM budget. In March, we made the decision to pull back on the SEM budget. And we're actually down about 85% in spend. Now, that might seem like a really bad decision, but let me explain why it wasn't. It's because the demand for RVs has shot up. Because, COVID being an absolutely awful thing that we're having to deal with around the world, people in the US have said, okay, I can't do international travel anymore. So I want to travel within the US. What's a great way to travel within the US and be in my own social bubble? RVs. And people have been searching for RVs. It is the summer of the RV. Everywhere says it's the summer of the RV. It's on the front page of the Wall Street Journal that it's the summer of the RV. So what has that meant for the actual traffic? It has leapt up far beyond where we were thinking it would go for our goals. And I hear you saying, well, so you're just saying that you need to have a global pandemic in order to increase traffic? No. What I'm saying here is, yes, there was this global pandemic. Yes, there was an increase in the number of folks searching for RVs. But because of all the work we did last year, because we improved our rankings for our keywords that we wanted to be ranking for, we got more of that increase than our competitors did. We heard some of our competitors saying they got like a 20-30% increase in May, in June, July. In July, we had, I think it was a 63-64% increase, way above what the rest of the market was getting in our industry. And that was because we had done that prep work. We had spent all that time building up our site, optimizing it, getting it to where we wanted to get it. And of course, we're not done yet. There's still more to do. But if we hadn't have done that work, this curve would not have been as high as it is. So to wrap it all up, if you procrastinate around your SEO, around optimizing your SEM, your site traffic is going to atrophy. Look at your own data. See what it's telling you. And by your own data, I also mean talking to your customers. Look at your competitors' data. Use different tool sets. You have your own analytics. You know how you are trending in your analytics. Look at tools and see if they trend the same way that your analytics trends. If it does, then you can use that tool to look at the trending for your competitors. And the last one on here, it's the old Cub Scout Girl Guide motto. Be prepared. If you're prepared, if you proactively work on your site, getting things done that needed to be done, things that you have put off, in normal situations, that's absolutely going to help you to grow. Our traffic was above goal pre-COVID. But in an abnormal situation like we've encountered this year, we grew way more than our competitors did. And that's because we were prepared. We were ready for this through the use of all that data and through actively working on our sites. Thank you. And now Live Me will take questions. Bill, you're on mute.
And we're back. We're back live. Hi, Simon. So anybody, thanks for the presentation. So anybody have any questions, comments, remarks, feel free to pop them in the chat and we'll do our best to get them answered.
I'll record you the answer to that one, Ryan. So Anne-Marie's question about how did I predict if I implemented these changes, did I have an X% increase in traffic? Some of that's based on experience. Some of it is based on just what's happened in the past. So I have modeled out for the last 5 years what the seasonality changes are from month to month. And I built that into a model. I also have a model, into that model, I have it built in, based on the SEM changes and what our CPC is, what the traffic is that we should expect from that. And then from an SEO perspective, it is, some of it is just gut and experience. It's, if I'm going to implement this particular thing, what is the end goal? UVs or visits do I think I can get from that at the end of the actual project? And then kind of work backwards to that to say, okay, if I think I can hit, a 20% share of the keywords that I'm targeting in 6 months, how is that going to track back? So am I going to get to 10% in 4 months or 4.5 months, and kind of just figure it out from there and just go along that track and adjust as necessary as I see things happening? Because as we all know, even when we ask our dev teams to do something and we get that LOE and we find out when they're going to release things, that might not necessarily actually play with when they actually release things, because of course other things pop up. And you're absolutely right. I mean, algorithm changes, competitors changing things. You're never going to be able to exactly say where things are going to end up. I will say for my overall traffic numbers, I had based 2020 on traffic to date in September, building in like a 10% increase over the course of 2020, and then the added seasonality in there. And we were tracking pretty close to that in January, February, a little bit over it. March, we were like 0.7% below it. And then, of course, the world changed in April, well, really in the middle of March. But, you know, as for how things are going to go for next year, for how you model out for next year, I think like most of us here, it's like, we don't really know. We can base it on if, you know, the last few years, how things have been going. We just don't know if that the search volumes that have happened this year in particular are going to be the same for next year, especially like in RV and power sports. For me, they blew up this year, whereas commercial truck and commercial equipment, agricultural equipment, they kind of stayed where they were anyway, and they've been fairly consistent with what I had modeled out. I hope that answered. Oh, we actually did like a Survey Monkey on our sites on Cycle Trader and RV Trader, and we just asked that one question, and then we collated that data.
Okay, any more questions, comments?
So the one thing I will say, one of the biggest challenges we're having right now, Ryan, is inventory. Because there was already a cutback in the RV space on new RVs being built. It looked like they were dipping towards the end of last year. And of course, with tariffs going in this year, and then with everything happening with COVID, manufacturing really, really dropped off. So there has, I mean, I don't know if it's record low numbers, but we're down in pretty much every industry on inventory year over year by quite a bit. Power sports, I believe I saw a study last week that said they're anticipating that we will get back up to normal inventory levels some point in Q1. But it's not just the manufacturing, it's also the used side as well, because people aren't trading them in. There's no auctions going on, so it's it's a bit of a struggle at the moment.
I don't think I've ever seen an RV makeover TV show before. Do those actually exist?
I'm sure they do. I mean, there's apartment makeover shows. I'm sure there are RV makeover shows. I'm sure somebody's done a Pimp Out My RV show.
Well, certainly, if you could, if you're enterprising, I guess you could do a YouTube, start up a YouTube channel and start doing that.
There you go.
Recording some videos, right?
And how much do we have to pay to buy the rights off you, Keith? Right, so I see we're past the top of the hour, Bill. So
yes, we are. So thanks again for this afternoon. Keith, is that 5 cents per view, or is it just 5 cents total? All right, so we'll wrap it up. It's about lunchtime here in Dallas. Time to go get some barbecue here, and we're going to take a break until about 1:40 this afternoon, Dallas time, Central Time. We'll be back in about an hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll be back.
Bye.
Thanks again. Thanks again, Simon. Bye. Hi, Helen. Can you hear me okay?
I was just having a look at the video that's on display because I'm talking.
I think you're still maybe on mute. So look on the bottom left. There is a button to unmute, I believe, on the screen on the StreamYard. Yep, you're muted now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay.
Wonderful.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
In about 1 minute, we'll just, so on the right-hand side, you should be seeing some comments. Those are public comments, and but where everybody can see those comments, and then and I can push them over to the screen. But also there is a private chat if you want to chat on the right-hand side.
Okay, great.
And that goes just to me. Let's see, and then if you have any of the other windows open, like for example, if you have the YouTube or the Eventee website open, you probably want to close those
Okay.
because because there is a delay between what we're pushing live and what and those others. But
Okay.
anyway, so what I'll do is just introduce you really quickly.
Okay,
then,
just to cut in there, I noticed that it's saying I'm talking about paid social, which isn't what my topic is. So just so you don't introduce me as talking about that.
Yes, let's see. I can switch that off. Okay. And I'll just remove that entirely. So, but yeah, so, okay. But this is the presentation, right? The one.
The correct presentation, but it's not at the beginning of the video.
I think it just randomly picked a screenshot. Okay. But yeah, so we'll start it from the beginning, and then when it's done, then we'll just go back over here, and then we'll just answer some questions. But they'll only be able to see the this here. So okay, sounds good. We'll go ahead and get started.
Great.
Hi, this is Bill Hartzer, and we are back live. I hope you had a great time for lunch. And I have Helen here, and she's going to have a great presentation. Welcome, Helen. We're going to go ahead and start her recording, and then we'll be back in a few right afterwards for a live Q&A with Helen.
My name's Helen, and we're going to look at how to improve if your SEO activity is actually it can be really, really hard to prove that the work you're doing as an SEO is actually having a benefit to a company's bottom line. You've probably been in those conversations with stakeholders where you're trying to explain to them that no, it's not just that the company's suddenly magically grown in brand awareness or social media activity hasn't caused you to suddenly see an increase in search engine visits. Actually, it's the SEO work that you've been doing that has resulted in more revenue coming into the company. The problem is that SEO is notoriously difficult to measure. We look at things like keyword rankings and maybe visibility and traffic, but actually it's quite difficult to pinpoint whether it's the specific work that you've been doing that's caused an increase in people searching for your product or your service, or whether something else has had an impact. And when you're looking at things like SEO budgets, you really need to be able to attribute the work that you've been doing to that ROI. And that's what we're going to talk about today. So exactly why do we need to be able to prove that our SEO is working? Well, we need it for buy-in. Because if you're looking to try a new campaign, say an outreach campaign, and you need additional resources for that, then you need to be able to prove that work that you've previously done has actually paid off in order to get that additional buy-in. If you want to keep the budget that you already got, you need to prove that it's bringing about return on investment. Perhaps you are an SEO and you're actually just fighting for your job at the moment because budgets are being pulled all over the place. Or maybe you're in charge of an SEO budget and you want to keep working on SEO because you know the benefit it brings your brand, but you need to be able to prove to the purse holders that actually it's working for them. And maybe you just want to keep hold of all of those fancy SEO tools that you bought into recently because you really like them, they help you to do your job better. If you are going to keep hold of those expensive tools, you need to prove that the work you're doing is benefiting the brand. And that's why we need to really be able to drill down into the work that you've been doing and proving that it is the reason you're seeing an increase in organic traffic and organic conversions. To do that, we need to start by measuring properly. And that means making sure the data you're getting through Google Analytics or whatever other platform you're using is good data and that you're not missing any valuable data. First, you need to look at what is the actual success metric for your company. Now, if you're working in an agency, sometimes this can be a little bit hard for you to define if your stakeholder within the brand you're working with isn't able to communicate it to you well. And you just have to try and go with what you think is the most valuable metric to be measuring for them. But if you're working in-house or you've got a really good relationship with the brand you're working with, you should be able to have that conversation with them. What actually matters to them from a whole business perspective? And from there, what are the marketing goals that they're working towards? And from there, what should your SEO goals be? And when you really understand what their success metric is, you can start speaking their language. Any reports that you give to them, any discussions about how SEO is paying off needs to be given to them in the language that they are using internally so they can really understand that you are contributing to their overall business goals. Are you checking the right metrics? Keyword rankings are incredibly important to SEOs, but not many people outside of SEO. It's not necessarily the best measure for you to determine whether SEO is paying off or not, because the fact that your website is ranking slightly higher for a particular keyword doesn't mean you're necessarily going to get more sales or conversions off the back of it. You need to look at the metrics that genuinely show whether you are getting closer to those overall SEO, marketing, and business goals that you've already talked about. Make sure you're monitoring any changes to your tracking. I cannot tell you how many times I've gone into Google Analytics to produce a report for a client to find out their tracking's been off for a couple of days because the developer's pushed an update and it's taken the Google Analytics code off the website. This kind of stuff happens a lot. You need to be really on top of it. So you need to build those processes that will stop people from messing with your tracking without you knowing about it. Next, you need to look at things like what else might affect organic traffic, because it might not just be the SEO work that you're doing that has an impact on organic traffic to your website. And you need to be able to isolate those variables from the work that you're doing to prove that the work that you're doing is paying off. Other SEOs might be doing things on or around your website. If you are working in a team of SEOs, some of them might be doing things to the website you're looking at that could also have an effect on your organic traffic. Or perhaps the brand that you're working with has got a few other agencies taking control of the digital PR or other stuff that might have an impact on your organic traffic. Keep an eye on what other SEOs are doing for your brand. Developers, they can make a website amazing. They can make it convert so much better than it was before, but they can also do things like overwrite your previous SEO changes. So you need to know what the developers are doing so that you can get ahead of the curve and advise them on the best SEO way to do something that they're looking to achieve. You also need to know what other marketers are doing because other marketing channels will affect your SEO. So you need to keep in the loop of what other marketers are doing. Again, if you're working with a brand, but you yourself are an agency or a freelancer, it can be a bit difficult to get in on the loop of what's going on with other marketing functions within that business or other agencies that are working with them, but you need to try. So start having those conversations with them. Make sure that you're kept up to date with all of the marketing plans that are going on with that brand. And interns. This is just a little word of warning. Interns can be incredibly enthusiastic, but just make sure that you know what they're up to if they're working on or around your website, because there's a chance that they might do something that actually isn't necessarily the best thing for your SEO, but because they don't quite know yet, they won't have stopped to think about it or tell you. So make sure you know exactly what your interns are up to at all times. You also need to isolate other factors that are going to have an impact on your SEO. So things like website changes. I've mentioned already that developers can overwrite SEO things that you've done, but other changes to the website, like functionality on the website, how filtering works, all of those sorts of changes can have an impact on your SEO. If people have just started adding additional content and it's not something you're aware of, then this absolutely can have an impact on your SEO. Now, it might be that it actually has a really positive impact, but then it's not something you can necessarily then take claim for. You can't get the credit for that if it's not the work that you've carried out. So if you're looking to prove that your SEO activity is paying off, you need to keep abreast of what's going on the website so you can see which changes are SEO influenced and which ones perhaps have happened outside of that. You also want to be monitoring changes to your site at all times. There's quite a few apps and different programs you can use to monitor changes to your site. The sorts of stuff you want to be keeping an eye on is things like hosting, to make sure that your website's up all the time. I had a client once whose website went down all the time, sometimes for hours at a time, and it had a massive impact on their organic traffic for obvious reasons. You want to know when sites are going down so that you can say, actually, yes, there's been a drop in organic traffic to the site, but that's because the site wasn't live at the time. If you want to prove your SEO activity is paying off, you kind of need to know all of the negative things that are happening to the site so that you can show that it wasn't actually something you were responsible for. Industry changes. It might be, for instance, that there's a new type of product in the industry that is actually kind of better than the stuff that you're selling, or is something that your prospective audience might be more interested in. That is going to have an impact on your SEO traffic and performance. It will affect conversion rates. It's the kind of thing that you need to know about so you can get ahead of the curve, but also so when you see a dip in your organic traffic, you can explain why it's happened. Competitors. What if a competitor leaves the market, or maybe they merge with another competitor to create a super competitor? That's the kind of stuff that you need to know about because it will impact traffic to your site. Suddenly your competition is going to change dramatically, and that's going to change how well you rank. It's going to change how well you're going to be visible in the search results. All of those things are going to impact your overall performance in terms of SEO. And also the algorithms. I don't need to tell you how much the algorithms can mess with your SEO, but actually they can also benefit your SEO as well. For everyone who is a loser with the latest Google update, there's going to be people who are winners as well. So if your website suddenly sees an increase in organic traffic and you can't really work out what's gone on, could be that the algorithm change has actually favored you for once. But what I would say is you cannot blame the algorithms for a downturn in your traffic if you're not going to give them a chance if your traffic has increased for some reason. You can't just blame the algorithms if you're not willing to give them credit sometimes. But really, you need to know what's going on with your site. It's no good just guessing, I think it might be an algorithm update that's meant all of our traffic's dropped. You need to know with certainty so that you can prove that the activity you're working on is getting results. So how do we do that? Well, first off, let's look at what else has been affected on the website. Paid media. If you are running a lot of brand campaigns for pay-per-click advertising within Google, for instance, you are going to notice a drop in your organic traffic from brand terms because suddenly a prospective user will have gone from one choice to click through to your website to two. So they used to only click on your organic search results because that's all they could find for your brand. And suddenly they've got this paid advert running alongside it that they can click on instead. That will impact your organic search traffic. So you need to know what your paid team are working on. Similarly, social media. If your social media team are doing really well and they are getting a lot of interest in your brand or your services, you might notice a corresponding uptick in people who are searching for your brand. Now, you can't really take credit for that because that's the social media team who have done that work for you. It just happens that organic traffic is coming off the back of it. So you need to keep up to date with what your social media team are doing. So ideally you can work alongside them and help them when they're looking at increasing brand visibility, but also so you don't just assume that any additional organic traffic that's coming to your homepage is because you're an awesome SEO, whereas in fact it could be because of another campaign that's running. Referral traffic. If you're seeing a lot more referrals, it could be because you're getting a lot more backlinks, but equally it could be because of the work someone else is doing. And direct traffic, who knows what direct traffic is? Most of the time it's just this black, dark abyss of information that you've no idea what channel is actually driving that traffic realistically. So with direct traffic, just keep an eye on it. If there's a sudden increase in direct traffic, you might notice a decrease in organic traffic and vice versa. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean there's a correspondence between direct and organic traffic, but actually it could just be that whatever platform you're using to track your website visitors is having trouble properly identifying organic traffic for what it is. And similarly, offline traffic. If there's offline branding, if there's been a lot of work for offline branding, you might notice an increase in your organic search traffic purely because your brand's getting more known. And because of that, people are searching for it more. Similar to the paid and social teams, if your offline marketing team are really hitting it out of the park, then it will have an impact on your organic traffic. And again, you can't necessarily take credit for that. So the best thing that you can do when you're looking at your data to really prove that your SEO activity is what's generating this return on investment is go granular with your data. So that means looking at specific things like exactly what pages have seen an increase in organic traffic over time. Because if you can identify what pages have seen an increase, you can start to determine whether they're pages that you've worked on recently or pages that may have benefited from a technical SEO update that you've carried out. You can start to attribute the increase in traffic to those specific pages with the work that you've done. Which keywords have been affected? If you're noticing that brand terms are suddenly shot up in impressions, then it could be because of another team's work that's causing more people to search for your brand. If it is related to a specific product that you've been working on recently and pages that you've been updating, that's a better indicator that it's the result of the work that you've been carried out. What time period has that change occurred over? If you've noticed there's been a steady increase in organic traffic over the past year, is that because of work that you've been carrying out recently? Or is it actually likely to be because of something else that's taken place? You need to have a really good understanding of how long you've been seeing this increase or decrease in traffic and whether it's potentially just a peak and a trough or something that's more substantial. Look at what locations have been affected. If you're noticing a sudden increase in traffic coming to your website from a particular city or country, is that because of activity that you've been carrying out in those cities or countries? Is it because of work that you've been looking at in terms of internationalization for your SEO? Or is it a bot? You need to have a good understanding of where that traffic is coming from because you should really know what work you've been carrying out and whether it's likely to have affected those locations. If it hasn't, then it might be that the fact that you've suddenly seen an increase in traffic from a particular city or country isn't actually anything to do with the SEO work you've been carrying out. Next up, you need to build your theory. What do you think has happened? Why do you think you've seen an increase in organic traffic over time? It's not really enough for you to just say it's because you're awesome at your job. You need to go a bit more specific than that. So look at things like, has this happened before? Have you seen a similar trend in an increase in organic traffic? Does it tend to happen every time you launched a new product, for instance? Or is it something that's been very consistent since you've been working on a particular aspect of the SEO? Are the changes sudden? Really sudden peaks and troughs in traffic can be the result of something else. A real sudden drop in organic traffic could be because your tracking's gone awry, or a very sudden increase could be something to do with another team's work. Social media have suddenly really raised the visibility of a particular product or service, and that's generating a lot of organic traffic off the back of it. When you've got all of this in your mind, when you're looking at the work that you've carried out and these other factors that could have an impact on your website, and you're looking at the organic traffic and conversion and those results that you've been working so hard to get, you can kind of start to work out, are the results because of the work I've been doing, or are these other factors like industry changes or competition changes or the work that other marketing teams have been carrying out? Is it that that's likely to have caused this change in organic traffic? You need to eliminate those false assumptions. So you need to stop just assuming an increase in traffic or a decrease in traffic is seasonality. It could well be seasonality. It might be that you see the same peak or trough in traffic every year, that every December you suddenly see visits to your site and conversions go through the roof because of Christmas. Or it could be that it's not seasonal at all, but you're just assuming it is. And the thing with seasonality is you can still see unprecedented growth, even if you always see an increase in traffic during that time. It could be that previous years you've only seen an increase of 10% over the December period, the Christmas period, in your organic traffic and conversions. But actually, because of the work that you've been doing, it's been 20% this year. That's the kind of thing that you do need to be able to identify, because that is what you should be taking credit for. Don't just assume that an increase in organic traffic and conversions is because SEO is working, unless you can really drill down into what you've done and how that has impacted your SEO performance. You're not really going to be able to say that conclusively that it's because of the stuff that you've been doing. And don't also just assume that because organic traffic has dropped through the roof, that it's because of something someone else has done. It might not be that at all. You want to make sure that you are withholding blame before you've actually definitely determined that it's another team that's had an impact on the work that you're doing. So the key to proving that your SEO activity is actually paying off is by being systematic. So you need to really look in detail at those aspects that we've just gone over. Look at what's going on in your industry, look at what's happening with your competitors, isolate what other teams have been working on and how that might impact your SEO activity. And look at things like the pages that have been affected, the keywords that have been affected, exactly what products are selling more than were before. Being really systematic in how you approach analysing your data will help you to determine if it's the result of the work you've been doing or something else. And be imaginative. You've got to think around the problem a little bit. Consider what else might have been going on. Do a bit of research into the industry. Look at your competitors in more detail. All of that will help you to determine whether it's your work or something else that's seen that increase in traffic. And make sure you're sure. Before you start claiming victory or blaming other teams, make sure you know without a doubt that your data is sound, that your methodology is sound, and that the results that you have gained through SEO is definitely the work of your hand. So thank you very much for listening to me today. I'm so glad that I got a chance to speak to you about proving your SEO activity is paying off. Thanks so much for listening.
Thanks, Helen. Great presentation. If anybody has any questions or comments, feel free to put them in the chat here, and then we will put them up on the screen so everybody can see the questions.
Any questions at all? Doesn't even have to be SEO related.
Let's see. Oh, I'll go in and put this one up. Let's see what. So what tools do you use for tracking trends? I know you mentioned trends and so forth, and there's various different tools or measurement out there. I know certainly we can start with Google Trends, but are there any others that are good to use?
Yeah, I mean, Google Trends is a staple, obviously, but I also tend to try and look around what else is going on in the industry. So if there's industry-specific journals or that kind of less empirical data that I can use to try and understand what's going on in that industry, so perhaps looking at trade press, that sort of thing, I think that can be really useful in its own right. Not necessarily a tool, but really good for helping you keep up to date what's going on with an industry, especially if it's one that you're not actually an expert in yourself. If you're working for a client, for instance, and it's not actually a business that you're working with every single day, keeping abreast of what's going on in that industry can be quite difficult. But in terms of tools, keyword tracking tools tend to be very good at that kind of thing. They are able to give you a little bit of information about what's going on with competitors, for instance, getting a bit of an idea of the landscape there. Anything really that can help you to identify what's going on with your website in comparison to other people's websites can be really useful. So a wide variety, really. A lot of the keyword tracking tools will give that kind of information in terms of kind of your website's visibility compared to competitors, and I think that can be really useful.
Sure. As far as keyword tools, I mean, I know, certainly, can first talk about, obviously a lot of people know about Google's Keyword Planner, and then I noticed that Bing also has a little bit more data. I prefer to use some Bing data because they will give you the actual numbers versus Keyword Planner may give you, if it's if it's 16, they may round up or down on the numbers, and it might be a little bit different. Sometimes delayed data. So any other specific keyword tools?
I'm a big fan of keyword tools like SEMrush, Ahrefs, search engine ranking. I think a lot of those tools are very similar in the way that they track data, but have various different ways of kind of displaying it. So any of those sorts of tools can be really good for that. The issue always is it's never going to be 100% accurate data just because of the way that those tools are gathering that information, which is why I say it's more of a trend than it is necessarily very accurate statistics. So kind of keeping that in mind, even the way that, as you said, Google reports on its own keyword data isn't always quite what you think it is. So using it a bit more loosely, looking at the changes in search volumes over different months, all of that sort of thing can help you to understand, is this a particular search keyword that is growing in popularity? Is it declining in popularity? Is there seasonality of when people are using a particular phrase versus a different particular phrase? All of that combined can help give you that kind of general idea of what's going on within that industry.
Well, certainly, and we have to, make sure that we even don't forget about our own data, or our own historical data. Google Search Console data, for impressions and that data as well, or any analytics data. If we do get, something a little bit more, some I know we have not provided, but there is some data there. But obviously, Google Search Console is a good source of your own data as well.
Absolutely, Search Console is a goldmine. It's frustrating it's no longer in Google Analytics, but a lot of the data that you can get from Search Console is a good substitute for that in terms of looking at what keywords you're already ranking for and how you are doing in terms of progress in your rankings over time. It's a very useful tool. It has its limits, obviously. It only goes back a certain amount of months, and you can't tell it which keywords you want it to track. It will only report on the keywords that you're already ranking for. But it's data straight from Google, which has its benefits, and it is a very useful tool and free as well, which is always good.
Sure. To have also, I know Andrew Shotland last night was talking specifically about a potential of exporting data out of Google Search Console, and certainly if you do that on a regular basis, you potentially could get more more historical data and save it. It goes back obviously 16 months. But you can keep that data as well, and so forth. So
absolutely.
Okay, I'm wondering if anybody else listening has any other questions. Give it just another minute or two for any more additional questions.
Otherwise, this will be the easiest Q&A I've ever done, which is awesome. Sure. Do feel free to ask some difficult questions. That's okay.
So how do we get in touch with you? I know it's, your site is arrowsup.co.uk, correct?
It is, yeah. You can get hold of me there, or I'm pretty active on social media. So Twitter, you can tweet me at HelenPollett1. There's a whole load of L's and T's in my name, though, so good luck with that Twitter handle. But if you can find me, then I tend to be quite responsive there.
Okay, sounds great. One last call for any more questions, or we'll wrap it up and take a few-minute break until we go to our next session. Okay, thanks so much for spending this time. I know that it's probably getting pretty late for you over there in the UK.
Definitely dinner time, that's for true.
So, yes. Okay, thank you so much for spending the time this afternoon. And,
thank you for having me.
And we will have the presentation, recording, video, and so forth uploaded into our learning system very soon. Should be tomorrow sometime. Thanks again, Helen. Again from Arrows Up. Okay. Okay, I guess next up is Sherry. Where's her presentation? Okay, let's see. And start. $220. Hi, Sherry.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Good. Things are going well.
Yep. So let me, so on the right-hand side, obviously we have the private chat, and then also on the comments, those comments will be our public, and then we can also show them on screen as well. So what we'll do is around 2:20, about 10 minutes, I'm gonna leave this up, and then what we'll do is we'll go live, and I'll introduce you, and then we'll just start the recording, and then we'll be good to get. And then when that's done, I'll jump in, and we'll hopefully have some questions.
Okay. Now, are you finding, Bill, that people are asking questions in the comments during the presentations, and should I go ahead and answer those questions?
Yeah, if there are, I mean, you can, but not necessarily. You know, I think a lot of people do wait to the end.
Okay.
To ask, but sure, I mean, you can definitely. What I'll do is, the people, they'll be able to see the questions and answers, but I won't necessarily pop them up on the screen to
until the end.
Yeah, until
okay.
Until it's time.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Are you going to be happy when it's over with? Are you going to have a stiff drink tonight?
Yeah, I think so. Probably just go crash and have rest. We've got 4 different rooms going on. I'm just handling one of the rooms, so we've got four different people handling different rooms and so forth.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So,
well, hopefully next year you can have it in Dallas again.
Yes, definitely.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
I know. I still have 4 plane tickets I have to figure out what to do with. I mean, because I was supposed to speak at a couple events earlier this year, and I haven't even figured out what to do with the tickets that I bought. So it's crazy. So hopefully, I haven't even called the airlines to figure out how long I could have to use them.
Well, hopefully those airlines will be around, they'll be around them to be able to honor them.
I didn't even think about that. Oh my gosh.
Well, I mean, if there's consolidation and they're not doing well and nobody's traveling and one may be consolidated into another, and we never know if they'll honor those tickets or not.
I know. Yeah, it's a shame they just didn't give refunds, just flat out refunds for those things. Now, Bill, in the comments section, will there be a place for me to answer questions? Because right now I see like people in there, but when they ask questions, will there be a place for me to actually respond? Because right now I'm not seeing a place to respond.
So let's see, on comments, they can post. You don't have a I know I can post a response.
Okay.
Um,
And that's okay. I mean, I obviously don't need to do anything right now, but
yeah, I'm not sure if, I think we're just going to have to respond to those comments.
towards the end.
Yes.
Okay. That's cool.
Yep.
Sounds good.
But you can see, are you on the private chat or did you go to the comments?
I went to comments
Okay.
and I think people can hear us too.
So let's see.
Hello, everyone, if you can hear us.
All right, let me go on. I'm going to go on mute for a minute and then we'll jump in about, I don't know, 5 minutes or so.
Sounds good.
Okay, I think we go ahead and get started. Welcome, Sherry. I'd like to start off welcome you to the conference this afternoon. I'm Steve Search, and I'm looking forward to a great presentation. And I know you put one together for us. I'm going to go ahead and get started, and then we'll have time for some questions right afterwards.
Sounds great.
Okay.
I am excited to be here today at State of Search. I hope you guys are all excited for a presentation on how to troubleshoot some of Google My Business's real world issues that a lot of people face when they're working with Google My Business. So we're going to go ahead and get started. First of all, a little bit about myself. I am Sherry Bonelli, owner of Early Bird Digital Marketing. I am a Google My Business Silver product expert. I also have my master's degree in internet marketing, and I have been doing digital marketing for 22 years. I do a lot of public speaking at industry events like Traffic and Conversion Summit, State of Search, obviously. I do a lot of webinars for Digital Marketer and Local Marketing Institute, as well as other industry webinars like SCORE. I do writing for Search Engine Land, SEM Rush, Search Engine Journal, Bright Local, lots of industry websites, and am very engaged within the SEO community. So I'm very excited to be here today, but we're short on time, so I'm going to get booking along with this presentation. So everyone knows how important it is if you do local SEO to show up in the local 3-pack. If you are doing any type of local SEO to compete, you really must show up in the local 3-pack by Google, or at least in the local finder. That's not as ideal of a spot to be, but if you can show up in the local finder, that's the next best place to be. Now, one of the best ways to be there, obviously, is using Google My Business. Google My Business used to be a lot simpler. It used to be name, address, phone number, and it used to be less complex. But right now, to be honest with you, over the years, Google has gotten more and more features, and it's made it more complex to use for business owners as well as for agencies. And by adding all of these great new features, it has become a little bit more difficult for people to use. There's been more issues that come from using it. But just look at some of these great new features like categories, posts. People are able to add attributes about their business. There's new COVID health safety attributes that businesses are able to use, like whether or not their business allows people to wear a face mask or requires people to wear face masks when they come to their business. You can write business descriptions. You can upload videos and pictures. All of this makes for a very, very robust Google My Business knowledge panel that really allows searchers and visitors to see so much information about your business. So that is amazing. Just by doing a search, people can find out a ton of information about your business, and that's amazing and gives your business a lot of visibility on search. But along with that, the more features that Google My Business gives you, the more things that can go wrong, to be honest with you. And since I'm a Google My Business Silver product expert, I'm on the GMB help forum a lot. And that forum is full of a ton of questions that people have. Some of them are business owners, but a lot of them are also agencies. So whether you're a business owner attending State of Search or whether you're an agency, hopefully you're going to get some information from this presentation on how you can solve some of Google My Business's troubleshooting issues that we see a lot on the forum. So we're going to learn how to solve some real world GMB issues today. The first one is suspensions, and suspensions can really cause a lot of havoc for business owners and anybody that has a GMB profile. The first thing people usually ask is, why did my business get suspended? And that's usually the first thing people try and figure out is what causes suspension, because Google does not tell you why your listing is suspended. And I will tell you that in all likelihood, you're going to face this issue. If you haven't had your listing suspended yet, chances are you will get your listing suspended at some point. So pay attention. If it hasn't happened to you yet, chances are it will. So when your profile gets suspended, you need to really put on your detective hat and try and look at your info section in your GMB listing and figure out, what am I doing wrong, or what have I done wrong? What might have happened? So be sure and first of all, check the info section in your GMB dashboard, and also look at Google's guide for representing your business. And the link is down here. Carefully look at that information and kind of backtrack and figure out, what might I have done to cause or trigger the suspension. Now, on the screen, you'll see a list of some really common reasons for suspensions. Some of them include keyword stuffing your business name, setting up a PO box or a UPS address. If you set up a listing that has a virtual office, because you know what? With Google Maps, Google knows where those Regis offices are at, or where those virtual or co-working offices are at. So they're going to, in a lot of cases, bust you for setting up a virtual office. If you have a service area business and you're displaying a physical address, that violates Google's terms of service. So that could be a reason. If you have a URL that either forwards or redirects, or if it links to a social media page, that could be a problem. If you change from a storefront to a service area business, that could trigger a suspension. If you're an online only business, or if you're in a high risk category like attorneys, plumbers, HVACs, locksmiths, that can sometimes trigger automatic suspensions or recurring suspensions. If your hours don't match your website or other online directories, sometimes if you list your business as 24/7, that can cause a suspension. So there are other listing issues that can cause suspensions. So you really want to go ahead and basically backtrack, look through what you might have done, what you might have changed, and figure out what is the issue. And that needs to be resolved before you submit the reinstatement. Now we're going to go through some kind of examples of what people have done to cause suspensions. So in this case, you want to always use your official or legal business name. So in this example, Florida Executive Realty, that's the right way to list your business name. However, in Roll and Roll Realtors example, they added Cedar Rapids office. And that's wrong, because you cannot add any additional words to your business name. So in that case, they got suspended for doing that. So when you're filling out your business name, don't add any additional keywords. Don't add your city. Don't add any descriptor words that describes what your business does. Don't add a city name. Just go with your business name. So we're going to look at Kriesman Law Office's medical malpractice lawyers as an example, for instance. That's not the real name of that law practice. So if you backtrack and do a little investigative work, you'll find that on their website, it's Kriesman Law Office. Now, they do have medical malpractice lawyers, but that's really a descriptor of what that law practice does. That's not their legal name. Because if you go to the Illinois Bar Association, for instance, their real name is Kriesman Law Office. And the same thing, if you look at other online directories or even this lawyer's LinkedIn page, it's Kriesman Law Offices. And so again, that's why this business got suspended, is because they misrepresented their company name on Google. Now, if you're a practitioner, like you're an attorney that works for a law firm, or you're a doctor and you work for, a medical office or a hospital, for instance, you can only use your first and last name. You can't add any additional words. You can't add the law firm or the medical practice's name. And so that's another reason I see a lot of realtors get suspended, because they add the word realtor, for instance, after their name, or they add the word attorney after their name. So from Google's own mouth, basically, the title of the listing can only be the practitioner's first and last name. So these are just some more examples of potentially why your listing could have gotten suspended. Now, if you're a service area business, you cannot display your physical address. So if you work out of your home and you're a locksmith or you are a plumber, for instance, and you go out to people's homes to do service at their house, for instance, or their residence to do your business, you can't have your address listed because Google doesn't want somebody's home office to be shown on Google's map. And so in that case, if you have your address displayed, you are going to probably get suspended at some point. So no PO boxes, no UPS boxes, no virtual offices, unless you actually have a dedicated space with a permanent sign outside your office. You have your employees working in there during stated business hours. So there's rules attached to those types of things. So, be sure and follow those rules. So for instance, in this case, this business got suspended and they couldn't figure out why. But when I did a search for their address, I realized that they were leasing just a shared office space and they didn't have anything dedicated. So that was why they got suspended. So we often see my business got suspended, and I don't know why. We were doing everything perfectly. But again, in a lot of cases, in this instance, this business was working out of their home. But when I searched for their new address that they listed on their Google My Business profile, again, I could see that office was a Regus office and they didn't have dedicated space there. So that was why their listing got suspended. And here's another example where, DBAT, their signage doesn't match their business listing, which has the city name listed. So there's lots of examples, and you can usually figure out what you did wrong just by reading the rules, understanding them, and kind of backtracking. And again, here's another example of a storage facility. They don't have an office there. They don't have employees there. So, if someone drives there, there's no one there to help them. So they can't list their physical address. And additionally, they don't have permanent signage. They just have like a plastic banner, and that doesn't count. So, there's lots of different reasons why businesses get suspended. The trick is going back and figuring it out. Okay. So if you do get suspended, Google doesn't tell you why, but what you need to do is figure out what the issue is, resolve that issue on your listing, and then you need to fill out the reinstatement form. Now, you want to be careful that you have all that resolved and that when you submit the reinstatement form, you submit proof that you are a legit business. So whether that's submitting photos of your permanent sign, whether it's submitting your business license, whether it's submitting your, your insurance paperwork to show that this is your legal business name, your address, those types of things. That would be great. Also keep in mind that if you get a suspension, it's likely that you're going to lose some photos and maybe review responses along with that. Okay. So be sure to ask yourself, if you get suspended, what did I change beforehand? What triggered that suspension? In one of my instances, my landscaper client, we had just claimed his listing. He had his home address listed. I deleted his home address and was going to change it to his service areas. And the minute I changed that and changed the service areas, we automatically got suspended. And it was just kind of an automatic thing because I changed from an address to a service area. So you just never know. You want to fix what's wrong before you file for a reinstatement and submit proof that you're a legitimate business. Don't create a new profile because that's just going to really kind of mucky things up. So don't create a new profile and do not submit more than one reinstatement form, okay? The next thing we're going to talk about is how anyone can change your information. So you want to get in the habit of checking your Google My Business information to make sure it's accurate and that nobody has messed with your business name, your website address, your hours, your phone number, because people can go in and make those changes without you even knowing about it. So anybody can suggest changes to your listing, and sometimes those changes go live without you even realizing it. So anyone can change it, and sometimes you don't even know about it ahead of time. So I'm going to show you an example of one of our local high schools. They actually had someone go in and change their website to a porn site. and that actually stayed live for about 24 hours before the school realized that their website was changed to a porn site. Now, all the kids knew about it, but the school didn't. And so that's something that could easily happen to your business. So you want to get in the habit of checking your website regular, your GMB listing regularly, and making sure that no one has changed any of your information, because it's very easy, for instance, for a competitor to go in and change your website address to their website address, or your phone number to their phone number. Now, these edits are sometimes just suggested edits, and sometimes Google will check those edits and not make those changes. But in some cases, depending on the authority of the person that's suggesting the changes, sometimes those edits happen right away. And so it's very important for you to log in and check your listings as well as your clients' listings frequently to make sure no shenanigans are going on. So in this case, you can see that an edit that I suggested went live. And in many cases, the edits that I suggest go live almost immediately. Sometimes they don't. And sometimes it takes a little bit of time for Google to verify those changes. So just be sure and check your listings frequently. So now we're going to talk about picking categories, because choosing the right category is very important to getting found for the right keywords, getting found on local search. So it's very important because categories can directly impact rankings. So you want to choose your categories wisely. So one thing you want to keep in mind is categories matter, but you can't control search results. Okay. So we have a lot of people that say on the help forum, for instance, in this case, I'm an HVAC, but we also do electrical work. And whatever I do, even though we have electricians as a category, I can't show up for electricians in my city name. So can I just set up, 4 businesses and have a separate category for each one? Well, no, you can't do that, and so of course you need to tell people that you can't do that. You cannot set up separate listings for each service that you offer, obviously, but categories do make a difference. Okay. So you want to pick your primary category and make sure that that is specific as possible. Make sure that that one describes your business as a whole, and then pick maybe 1 or 2 or possibly 3 other categories that fit within the type of business that you do. Don't add too many extra categories, if you don't have to. But the other thing is, remember that you can change those categories. So for instance, if you're not ranking well for one category, you can always change your categories. So for instance, in an HVAC company, for instance, during the summertime, you may want to list that you do air conditionings as your main category. But in the fall and winter, you may want to list that you work on furnaces, for instance, and list that as your main category and kind of mix it up. Landscaping, that might be the same thing. You might want to change it to snow blowing during the winter if you live in Iowa, for instance, and do more of landscaping work and lawn mowing in the summertime. So those types of situations, you can change up the categories. There are literally thousands of categories to choose from. You can't create your own category. We hear that all the time. My obscure category isn't available. Can I make up my own? You can't. So if the category you want isn't available, pick a more general category that describes your business. If you add or edit a category, just know that you might have to verify your business again. This helps Google confirm that your business information is correct. Okay. Now, practitioners and business owners of those practitioners, keep in mind that you may have your search results filtered. And what that means is if someone does a search for law firms, for instance, or divorce attorneys, for instance, your law firm and your practitioners may not always show up in those search results. So sometimes what I recommend to those types of practices, for instance, like let's say a lawyer, maybe the law firm has law firm as a main category, and each individual lawyer, if they have a specialty, for instance, if one is family law, maybe that attorney has family law as their main category, and another attorney maybe has divorce attorney as a category. And then that way they have a better chance of showing up for various search terms, depending on what those search terms are. So, for instance, this is a way of varying some of the categories of the main business and the practitioners based on both divorce attorneys and law firms and medical, for instance. It just gives you an idea of how you can pick more specific categories based on what your area of expertise is. So it may be a good idea to niche down and maybe pick different main categories depending on your practice and that type of thing. Also, depending on your business category, you might see special features available to you. So here are just some of the special features that you might get based on your category. Now, there are some GMB category tools that are very useful. Pixel Cut Labs has a great list that you can download. And then Plepper, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, also has a categories tool as well. So there's different features that are available based on which categories you select. There are also some Chrome extensions, so you can see what competitors' categories are, and that is a great way for you to see what categories some of your competitors have selected. Now, if your competitors are up to no good, here are some tips you can do. If your competitors are name spamming, you can do what I talked about before. You can suggest your own edits for them. So you can go in and click on the suggest and edit link on their knowledge panel. And as you can see, sometimes the edits take effect almost immediately. Sometimes Google needs to review them. But you always want to make sure that they're legitimately violating a rule. Don't just go in and report a bunch of your competitors just because. Now, for instance, if they have a fake address, that is something that you can go on Google Maps, for instance, click on their link, suggest an edit. And for instance, if they have a residence, you can mark it as a private place or home. Here are just some of the suggestions that you can use. So if the suggest and edit doesn't work, you do have another option. You can actually fill out what's called a redressal form, and there's a link to the redressal form. The redressal form is a much more official way of filling out a complaint about a business that is spamming or violating Google My Business's terms and conditions. Why did my post get rejected? We're seeing this more and more. So Google used to allow phone numbers and URLs in the body of a post. They are now not allowing that. So we're seeing a lot of rejected posts that have phone numbers and URLs in it. Also, don't include emails in the content as well. Also, don't include any offensive words or images. So this post, for instance, got rejected because it had the word booty in it. Now, booty just happened to be the name of the band that was playing at a bar, but nonetheless, it got rejected because booty can be a sexual term, and Google finds that term offensive. Now, the other thing is, in this case, tool can be an offensive term to Google. And my question was, this post could have been rejected because the word tool was in it. So here's a link to post guidelines, and I recommend that everybody check those out. Don't use offensive images. If it's offensive in any way and it gets rejected, swap out the image, or carefully look at the content and make sure that there's no offensive words or anything that it might even suspiciously look offensive. Okay. We're going to talk about how to merge duplicates because we're running out of time here. So I'm going to kind of book through this fast. And duplicate listings can be kind of confusing. So we're only going to talk about storefronts. If you have a service area business, I would recommend that you go to the Google My Business help forum and talk to one of the Google My Business product experts about your situation. Duplicate listings are kind of confusing. So I just kind of want to touch on this here. Can be some different scenarios, but briefly, if you get a duplicate listing notice, Google will typically let you know that. Sometimes you may not even know that you have a duplicate listing. So maybe you created a listing a long time ago and you didn't realize it. Maybe you have a different variation of the name. So if you find you have a duplicate listing and they are the exact same name and address, first of all, if they're in your dashboard, and this is a scenario we're talking about here, you have to unverify the listing that you want to get rid of. Okay. And I know that sounds weird because people are like, I don't want to delete a listing from my GMB dashboard. But you need to basically unverify it because Google can't merge two verified listings together. So you have to own both those listings before they can be merged. Okay. You also want to copy what's called the CID numbers of both listings. And then I also recommend that you go into both listings and also when you're in the GMB dashboard, copy the URL of each of those listings as well and save those in a safe place. So copy the GMB listing when you're logged in, and then also the CID number. And I'm going to show you some tricks on how you can get the CID number in a minute. That's basically an identifier for each Google My Business listing. Okay. So make sure you copy those, put them in a safe place. And then to delete the one listing that you no longer want, you need to sign into Google My Business, click on the info tab, click on the listing that you want to remove, the one you don't want any longer, and click remove listing. But no, before you do that, if there's any reviews that you want from that old listing, you need to contact Google My Business support and have them move those reviews over from the listing that you no longer want to the listing that you want to keep. So you have to do that before you remove that listing from your dashboard. Okay. And then once you have any reviews moved and the listing you don't want any longer is unverified, then you would contact Google My Business support and explain that you would like those two businesses merged together. Give Google My Business support all the details like the business name, address, the phone number, the CID number, the dashboard URLs if you have them, and then be sure and tell them exactly which listing you want to keep and which one you no longer want. Okay. So as far as getting the CID number, there's a Chrome extension called Company Information in Google tool. And that's a really handy tool to actually use, a Chrome extension to actually use to copy the CID number. So that's a tool that I love to use. And you can use that Chrome extension to get any CID number for a Google My Business listing. So we're right at there. Okay. I'm booking along. Hopefully you guys are getting a lot of value out of this. What do you do if you have issues or questions with your Google My Business listing? First of all, right now, the only way to reach Google My Business support during COVID, and this is a wacky time, I know, is through email. Okay. So I have the email support listed here, and that's the only way you can reach Google My Business support right now. But you can also often get questions answered by going to the Google My Business help forum. Okay, there's product experts like myself, and there's also other volunteers that go there and will answer questions. Now, we don't always have all the answers. We do our best, and we are volunteers. We're not Google employees. We volunteer our time to help out people. So be nice to us, please. But we do monitor questions. We answer questions that people have. Some people are able to escalate things to Google. We're able to be in touch with Google employees if we have questions. So it's a great place to go if you have additional questions about what's going on with your Google My Business listing, or if you have additional questions. So feel free to go to the help forum if you have any questions as well. And that's a great place to go if you have issues with your Google My Business listing. Okay. This is my contact information if you'd like to reach out to me, if you have any questions about Google My Business, or if there's anything I can do to answer any questions. And then I guess we're going to open this up to questions that you might have about Google My Business. I want to thank everybody here for coming to the session, and I hope that you enjoyed it. Thanks. I can't hear you, Bill. Bill, I think you're muted.
I guess I need to unmute. So thanks, Sherry. Yes. So thanks, Sherry, for the presentation, and actually learned a fair amount myself just going through it.
Awesome.
And I've been managing some GMB listings myself, and there's a couple of great tips in there that I learned. I've been taking some notes. Would like to open up to some questions. And actually, let's start. I do have one particular question for you.
Okay.
About monitoring changes, to your listing. I mean, are there any tools or any ways or great ways to actually watch for any changes, that maybe you mentioned earlier that, in particular, that, somebody might actually go in and change and suggest an edit to a listing. And so is it possible to kind of monitor those changes? So maybe you get an email or something like that.
Yeah.
To monitor
Google will
changes.
generally send out emails if there are changes to your listing. And so be on the lookout for in your inbox for those types of things. There are some third-party tools that report to notify you of those types of things, but I will tell you, I'm real hesitant to connect any third-party tools to my Google My Business listings, partly because if those third-party tools violate any Google My Business rules, that can impact your listing and have been known to cause suspensions. And so I generally don't recommend connecting third-party tools. Other people may feel differently about that, but I'm real hesitant to connect third-party tools to any of my Google My Business listings. But be on the lookout for in your inbox. And then often, Google will let you know at the top that there have been changes made to your listing and that you should review those, and that it will tell you, do you accept these changes? Unfortunately, there's no I don't accept these changes button, which I cannot for the life of me figure out why they don't give you that option. So when you log in, you'll be able to see if there are changes made, but be on the lookout for an email from Google, because generally they will tell you. So for instance, my client had some photos uploaded from another person, and ironically they were competitor photos, and so I was alerted to that via an email from Google. So just be on the lookout in your inbox for those types of things.
That's great to know. Let's see, are there any other I know that there were some issues during, at the beginning of when COVID hit, that they weren't really responding very quickly to, changes and suspensions and so forth. And, I think that impacted a fair amount of businesses. I know that, in particular, a few that were actually had suspended listings, and it took a little bit longer for them to actually respond and so forth.
Yeah, they are. The support team is still kind of limited from what I understand. But they are, from what I understand, getting quicker about getting suspensions fixed, but they are working on a limited staff. The only way to reach them right now is via email. And, from what we hear on the support forum, it is taking them a while to get back to people. So it's just kind of hit or miss. It really just depends on who you talk to. So some people are getting fast responses, and other people are still complaining about waiting a while to hear back from them. Oh, Bill, I can't hear you.
Just think we have a question from Liz.
Okay. Okay, so we are starting to do posts weekly, but I normally would have an intern do it, so they change every 3 months. Logistically, would the client add my husband plus a general email? Got that intern. Okay, so I would be real hesitant to add too many people as managers of an account. Partly, Liz, because the more people you add, if that person does anything wrong, that can impact any listings that person is attached to. So for instance, if that intern has 4 accounts and they do something wrong, that can potentially get any accounts potentially suspended that's in that intern that intern manages. So, I mean, I guess it's up to you as to how much you trust that person to make those posts and to make sure that they're doing things legitimately by the book. I'm real cautious as to who I give access to as far as Google My Business listings. So just be real careful and make sure that they know all the rules and the guidelines before you give them access to any clients' Google My Business accounts. That I guess would be the main thing. Just make sure that they know what they're doing and that they're not some rookie. Make sure that they're very knowledgeable about Google My Business guidelines, because if they start violating them on a regular basis, it's very easy for a listing to get suspended, and that can start sending red flags. The other tip I would really recommend people do is don't go into Google My Business and make a bunch of changes at one sitting. That can often trigger a suspension. So if you're going to make changes, maybe make a change, walk away from your computer, come back, make another change, walk away from your computer, and then maybe get out of that account, and maybe the next day make some more changes. Don't ever sit at your account and make a bunch of changes at one sitting. That has been known to trigger and cause suspensions as well. Yeah.
So regarding posting, how often do you recommend keep posting, and is it once a day, once a week?
Oh yeah,
once a month?
Yeah, once a week is definitely too much. Posts stay live for 7 days, and so I recommend maybe posting every 7 days. COVID posts, which are generally meant to be to inform your customers about COVID related issues that might be going on at your business, they stay live for 14 days, which is, longer. But generally, if you post 3-4 times a month, that's generally good enough. And then the other thing about the post is a lot of posts are getting rejected. And, one thing I found, this week that was kind of odd is sometimes even just the wording will get your post flagged and rejected. So for instance, I was doing a post for one of my clients and their attorneys, and I had the word "the truth is," and that got flagged and rejected. When I took the words "the truth is" out of that post, it got through and it was fine. So, I mean, just weird words Google will flag and reject. So, just keep that in mind. If you get a post rejected, just really carefully look at the wording, because some random word may be flagging it and getting that post rejected. So if you're starting a new business out from your home for local marketing services, yes, you would set it up as a service area business. So if you're starting a new marketing agency and you're running your business out of your home, you would need to set it up as a service area business. So when you're setting up your GMB listing, you would go ahead and enter your home address, because Google needs to send you a postcard. Once you get that postcard, you would then need to go into your GMB listing, delete your address out, and then set up service areas. So you would go in and set up maybe the cities around your area that you would service. But yeah, you definitely cannot have your home be listed on your GMB listing. Mm-hmm. Thanks, Chris, for that question.
Well, I mean, I guess the other thing is, there are businesses that we do have customers visit them at their location. I mean, even if it is their home. I do know, for example, like a farm or somebody who maybe has a farm. From my example, they might have that is their where they live. They have their house on their acreage or whatever, but they do have people who come to that address, and so that's kind of a unique situation, because they it is their home address, but technically it's also their business.
Right. And in those instances, they would have to have signage out. So for instance, I live in Iowa, and so we have farms. And if they're more of a commercial farm, they generally have signs out. So when we're driving out in the country, we do see a lot of farms with signage out that has the name of their farm out there. So Google's rule on those types of things would they have to have permanent signage out that designates that they're a business. And, there are a lot of attorneys, for instance, and, there's some psychiatrists, for instance, and dentists that do, not so much dentists, but attorneys that have maybe a practice out of their home, they also have to have permanent signage outside of their house as well. So, digital marketing agencies, very, very few of them, I would say, would actually have a home office. So most of them, I would say probably would be service area businesses. I would say probably 90+% of the time. But yeah, I agree with you, Bill. There are some residential addresses that would be run as businesses, but again, they would need to have some sort of signage out there. And, sometimes that involves zoning issues as well with regard to the city. My husband's a city planner, so I kind of know a little bit about that kind of stuff too. So do we have any other questions?
Let's see, from Liz.
We had 180 come to our GMB, and most was from Maps, but only one call this past month and one clicked the website. So I'm interested in figuring out GMB increasing calls and clicks. Okay. So Liz, are you saying that you're looking at insights and you had 180 people come to Google My Business? Is that what you're saying probably? Increasing calls and click. So that's a good question. I mean, that's a good question. I mean, a lot of people are they're getting a lot of views. Getting people to actually go to your website and getting calls is always the biggest challenge. And I would say making sure that you have posts there that actually provide educational information is probably a good thing. Making sure that you have questions and answers is a good thing. Reviews are going to help with you with ranking. So if your business doesn't have reviews, go out and get those reviews. They're going to help with rankings. They're also going to help build trust. But yeah, I mean, that's a challenge. The other thing I would do too is if you don't have UTM tracking on your URL, I would get tracking just to make sure that sometimes Google My Business Insights isn't always 100% accurate with the number of visitors that you're actually getting and the number of views and those types of things. So you can actually set up a UTM URL on your Google My Business listing and then check Google Analytics to actually see how many people are actually coming from your knowledge panel or your GMB listing. So you may want to create a UTM URL and just see how many people are actually coming from your GMB listing. I don't know, Bill, if you want to talk to that at all too, because I know you have a lot of experience in that, but sometimes that gives you a more accurate count as to how many people are actually coming from your Google My Business listing.
If you want.
Sure. So it can actually be, so I have noticed in Google Analytics that some of the traffic might be shown as direct traffic in analytics, and you may not actually be able to see that. So it is definitely good to have that tracking on. Now we have time for one more question from John, and so he does have an agency and he works out of his house, but Google actually does show the residential address. So I guess the question is whether or not whether that's wrong. And I guess my only question is, okay, well, is he risking being suspended because he has that?
Yeah. So my recommendation, John, is I'm assuming that you probably don't have customers come to your house and that you don't have signage out that advertises your agency. You don't have like a permanent, lit sign outside saying this is my agency. So you're probably running your agency out of your house. What I would recommend you do is set up your GMB listing as a service area. So you would want to log into your GMB listing and then click on the info tab, delete out your address, and then right underneath that, you're going to have the option to select service areas. And then, like I said, you would either pick cities that are around your area that you actually serve, like businesses that you call on, and then you'd select maybe I think you can select up to 20. So you'd want to just select some areas that you serve. And generally you don't want to go too far out because it'll show up on the map. So, pick a couple that are close by to you and select those areas and set it up as a service area, because if not, you risk the chance of getting a suspension from that. Would you fill out everything GMB has to offer, like services, photos, posts, everything? Yes. So the more information you can show on your Google My Business listing or profile, the better. There's a couple reasons for that. It shows Google that you're engaged with your knowledge panel, and it shows that you're actually putting effort into it. So, and it also creates a more bigger and more robust profile for people that actually see your listing. So fill out your hours, fill out your business description, create attributes if you have attributes available, fill out as much information as you can. There are some things that actually impact rankings, some things don't impact rankings, but always try and fill out as much information as Google makes available to you. Definitely. Oh, thank you. I love it too. Thank you. That's my favorite sign right behind me. Thank you. If you want to message me later, I'll tell you where I got it from. Thank you.
Great. I think that's just about time that we have for today. Thanks again, Sherry,
Thank you, Bill.
For joining us this afternoon. And next up, we have, I believe, Hamlet Batista coming up.
All
right. Thanks, guys.
All right, thanks.
Go to that, give you a minute.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I hear you.
Hamlet?
Yeah, I hear you great. You hear me fine?
Okay, great. I'll just give you a couple minutes, and I'll introduce you, and then we'll go live to the video.
Hey, Mark.
Amazing. Yeah.
We have a couple people.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started this afternoon. I'd like to introduce Hamlet Batista, and he has a great presentation that he's put together this afternoon. And then right after presentation, we'll have some time for some Q&A and questions and comments. So be taking some notes and feel free. We have one more session after Hamlet, and then we'll have Dwayne Forrester after that. So let's go ahead and get Hamlet's presentation started, and then we'll get into the Q&A.
Awesome. Looking forward to it.
Hey.
Thank you for having me here. Yeah.
Hi, this is Hamlet Batista from RankSense. Really excited to be here. My first time at State of Search, and put together a presentation leveraging AI, user-generated content. See how we can synthesize that content and produce new useful content based on that. So let's see what I put together for you today. And let's start from a familiar place, right? You probably heard about this quote from Steve Jobs around that it's hard to connect the dots moving forward when you're trying to come up with new ideas and new innovative approaches to solve difficult problems. It's hard to figure it out looking forward. It's a lot easier to look at, to make the connections looking backwards, right? And so I want to, show you the journey that I went through to put in context my solution that I'm going to present today here. Right. So it starts with a case study. We had a client that came to us, Morebeer, with a problem that they had a terrible downtrend for a couple of years. Couldn't figure out how to solve it. We went through the site, did a traditional, audit on the site, performed a technical audit. And then something interesting happened is that we started playing around with tagging changes to learn what changes are driving the results. And we were able to identify, out of all the changes that we implemented with our software, we saw that the meta descriptions were the main drivers for the change, right? And when we did that analysis of, wow, the meta descriptions, when we look at the pages, drove the difference, started to drill down, doing a data analysis on those pages. And we found that specifically the pages that didn't have descriptions, and then we added those descriptions, provided the lift. And when we look even further and we look at content pages, they had content pages about brewing techniques. And we saw even specifically the type of pages that were sustaining the improvement. And it made sense to us to see that, and they couldn't figure out, because that's typically the last item on an SEO list, right? So that's not something that you're putting a lot of attention because it doesn't affect rankings. So it's not immediately obvious that you need to improve it, right? So we addressed it, and we saw that was very interesting. So I have a link here so you can check it out in more detail, the study that I conducted here. right? So then we said, wow, that's an interesting concept, right? What if we can take this? We took a new client, and Etsy launched a new study. They show how you could do SEO A/B testing. So started playing with that idea of, wow, you could actually A/B test changes in SEO, right? Especially by grouping pages, not necessarily different visitors. So in this example, what we did is meta descriptions were powerful. So we said, let's take ideas for these meta descriptions from paid search. When we did that, our experiments, we run like 4 different groups in parallel. We created statistical groups, and 2 of the experiments outperformed the copy that was produced manually, the meta descriptions that were produced manually by the copywriting team. And we said, wow, that's really powerful. And it was because we learned it from paid search. It's a sophisticated process. As I mentioned, we created statistical groups that behave similarly, and we leave a couple of groups for control, so we can do the comparison against the controls. The control groups are forecasted, and we're measuring the changes against the forecast. This is a sophisticated approach, but you can check out the article that I wrote for Martech Advisor that explains the methodology there. It's very detailed, and you should be able to see that, right? As I said, I'm taking you through the journey about these different dots that I put together over time, and I say, wow, it's really interesting, right? So then I wanted to understand, why. So then January 4th, 2018, I wrote another article, and I said, look, why is it that the meta descriptions are showing better performance when I make the changes? Then you look at the paid ads, right? What do you see difference in these paid ads, right? Clear benefits, right? People looking for discounts. They're looking for, fast shipping. They're looking for no risk because there is a return and everything, right? But for the same search results, when I look at the same search result, look what happened with the organic listings. No benefits, right? So I look at the whole list, and maybe at the last one, I see a mention of the benefit, right? And why is that? Because meta descriptions, and when it comes to organic search, you're just copy and pasting content from the page, right? You're not having somebody carefully taking a look at the messaging, right? And that's the big difference, right? So we in SEO, we're just looking at, as long as it ranks number 1, the top 1 ranking, we're done, right? But if the messaging doesn't connect with the user, right, you might be missing out on traffic because it's a missed opportunity. So I came up with this concept that I call the 2 salesmen to explain this idea, right? And this idea of the 2 salesmen is, so picture that you have a store in a mall, right? And you have 2 salesmen in the store with 2 different purposes, 2 different goals. So one of the salesmen is going to be outside of the store, and he's going to try to pull people in, the traffic, the walking traffic from the store, going to try to pull that people into the store, right? And you have the other salesman that is going to take care of those people once they decide to come into the store. He's going to try to convince them or help them so that they buy the product that they want, right? And why I make that analogy? Because the salesman that is outside the store needs to use a completely different strategy. The salesman outside the store needs to explain why you should come to the store in the first place, and it's going to be more aggressive and more competitive. But the problem is that the meta description is going to come out in the SERP, so it can be the inside salesman strategy for organic search. We have to use the outside salesman strategy to convince people to click on the ads and comment, right? So the other, I have that insight, so that analogy explains it. Right, but the other thing is what I learned from running these experiments. We've been running them, very successfully after we learned this. Since then, is that the people are not just randomly clicking on the first listing in organic search. Just the ranking is just one element. It's like getting people just in the front door of the store. But if they don't move in, that's not enough. So that's not enough just having the ranking. Making sure that they click and the people that we want to click and come in is even better, right? So then, we had, the other insight was this, right? So we said, wow, this ad stuff is working great. So one example is, with NewPay, we had these promotional offers that we pulled from their paid search, and we found that winning experiments. But another client called Farmer doesn't have any offer, doesn't have anything, exciting to share in the messaging of the organic snippet. So we couldn't stand out because all the products are boring. You probably have a business that is in that boat, right? We don't have anything really exciting to share. So B2B stuff like that, right? So we said, wow, how do we come up with a concept for this client? Because we couldn't figure out how to make it work with them, right? So we couldn't find anything obvious from paid search. So what we did is we came up with this idea of pulling the copy from the reviews. So they didn't have anything exciting on offers or anything on the website, but something that they did have for the products is a lot of reviews, right? So they have these reviews on their products, and we came up with the idea, what if we pull from automatically scrape the reviews, the 5-star reviews, and pull sentences where the users are praising the product and why they're purchasing the product in a scale, right? And we tried that idea, that crazy idea of pulling the reviews from the product, embedded them in the meta descriptions. And this is an example of what it will look like, right? So we will say, right, the name of the product, right, like it was before, right? Name of the product, with the elements of the product, and then a quote, put it in quotes, the comment, the high praise from the user. In this case, I will buy this product again and again, right? And the beautiful thing about that crazy idea is that it worked really well. It worked really well in terms of driving clicks to the site. And not only that, the in-house SEO person at the company, right? Emily that wrote this article for us, she was also checking the conversions and tracking the performance, not just that we were driving clicks, but they were incentivized and motivated to actually buy. So we saw increase also in the conversion rate and the performance for the site. So that was really incredible. Really amazing that from the reviews we were able to do that, right? So, but you say, how do you connect the reviews with this stuff with the ads, right? Why would the reviews will be something that you will use for this, right? And this is the concept, that I was able to do this stuff, right? And it is when you look at the paid search data, right? We're looking at the ads for the benefits, clear, right? This is the main, thing standing out on paid ads, clear benefits, right? Now you look at the reviews, right? Very similar. So when the users write and praise the product, why they purchase it, they tell you the reason why. And the reason why is the benefit that they receive from the product. So they're telling you what exactly they liked about the product, right? Do not require alteration, stuff like that, right? That is information that you might or might not even have in the description of the page, because that's what, from the user's point of view, why they purchased the product, the same thing, the same idea or benefits. You see, that's the cool thing about this, right? Now, to a more generalized, all this stuff, right, is part of a broader concept of persuasion from a psychology perspective. If you haven't read these, national bestsellers, it's fantastic. Describes 6 key psychological pools that you have, drivers that drive people to action. In the case of reviews, we're talking specifically about social proof. Well, there are other things like scarcity. Anytime we're using social proof, scarcity works really well in terms of messaging in ads or the organic or paid search. But there is also other elements. So I will invite you to read the book so you get, more detail and insight into these strategies, right? But this is the same concept that copywriters use in, paid copy. You can leverage the same ideas with organic search. But as I'm saying, not limited just to thinking about having the copywriter manually writing them, but cool ideas like, wow, what if I can specifically leverage reviews for this, right? Pretty cool, right? So, but for this presentation, I said, wow, you see how I'm connecting the dots in this, right? Now let's talk about, I don't want to stop just on the search snippet result, right? What if I can use AI, and not just produce the beautiful search snippets, with the pulling from the reviews? What if I can use reviews to actually generate content? And the content that I'm talking about, that I'm generating here, is FAQs with the rich snippet as well, right? So I'm killing two birds with one stone. You might have category pages with no content, very little content, but you might have a lot of products on that category that have reviews, and then we can take those reviews from those products and generate FAQs for the products, and also for the category pages. Think about how powerful that is, right? So that is exactly what we're going to do here. And the beautiful thing about this is that for this example specifically, we're going to use free reviews, a few review data set from Amazon. Some it's for researchers primarily. It's not allow me to illustrate the process, but you could do the same with the reviews from your site. So you can work with your review provider and scrape, download or scrape the reviews that you have and apply the same technique, right? Use the review content, as I mentioned, as the source for questions and answers that are generated using AI, including the structured data for those FAQs as well, right? And we're going to take a small detour in terms of removing duplicates. When you're dealing with a bunch of reviews, there's going to be a lot of repetitive information from users. They're going to be saying the same things in a lot of different ways. So we're going to also take a look at how we can get rid of those, right? Really, really, really cool stuff. And I have a link here to the Colab. The Colab is kind of like it's a Python notebook with all the instructions on how you can walk through the steps that I'm going to show you here, right? So you open it, it's going to open your Google Drive, and you can walk through the steps to do that, right? So let's look at that, right? So the first thing is, we need to download the reviews from Amazon. Amazon has a massive data set with 130 million. We put 130, it was 130 million customer reviews for research purposes. They're in tab delimited format, and I'm gonna show you some code snippets that we're gonna use just to pull that, download it into Google Colab, right? So you can open the link here. It's kind of like a notebook. I put some preset data sets specifically for this example. We're gonna look at the wireless data set of products. And you just have to click play. You see where it has the play icon. I have some comments here. You can see what the data set looks like, as the IDs, the products, the reviews text. Unzip it, and then I'm going to load it in a data frame. Data frame is kind of like an Excel within Python. You can look at the elements that I downloaded from there, and here's what it looks like. For the wireless product, I have the different products. I have the number of stars, the number of votes. Very useful and simple, right? Just downloading the data set, put it in the Python format. Now it gets interesting because once I have it there, I can filter my data set. For example, here I said I only want star rating 5, and I want at least 50 votes, right? And I'm looking at a specific product, right? And pulling the review copy. And with that code, do a little bit of cleanup, and there I have the text, right? From all those reviews that I downloaded. I think it was a few hundred reviews I downloaded from that. Very simple. And I can use different categories, different products that I want to pull the reviews, right? So I have the text in raw format cleaned up a little bit from the users, right? And now that I have those reviews, we are going to remove the duplicates. So what happens? Why do I have to remove the duplicates? Here's an example, right? One review could say the same thing in different words, right? So this is a nice quality top, and quality was excellent, right? So there's sentences that don't add any new or useful information. So with this, I'm going to show you, I'm going to be able to just remove those duplicates. So I'm going to have useful new information, right? And the technique that we're going to use for this is called semantic textual similarity, right? And this article from Google explains how this works, right? So you can have textual similarity, right? So you have two phrases that are exactly the same when you're matching them. But, for this, as I show you the example, it's not going to be exactly the same word. It's not going to be worded exactly the same. So we have to use semantic textual similarity. So how does that even work? So one way to understand this process, how these algorithms are built for that is, for example, this explanation from Google. One technique is that they come with this concept. They say, wow, no matter how the question is asked, if the answer is the same, I have to think that there is a semantic similarity, because doesn't matter how you're asking for how old you are, or what is your age, or any ways that you want to express it. If you provide me the same answer, I have to think that there's a semantically similar, right? It's a very powerful concept. Now we're going to see it in action, right? So we're going to use this library. It's called Sentence Transformer Documentation. It's a state-of-the-art library that allows us to make perform this semantic similarity with very few lines of code, right? So I can provide example text, and let's see how we do that, right? So you see we have the sentences, fit it into the library for the comparison, and let's see how we do that in the code here, right? So install the library. Here's some examples of the sentences. The cat sits outside. The man is playing the guitar. The dog is placed. So when I run it and do the comparison, right, I see that the new movie is awesome and the new movie is so great. Score 0.98, right? So it's very, very similar, but the other ones are not any similar at all, right? So now what I do is I take the text from the reviews, right? All the sentences, and I'm going to split the text the text in sentences. That's the first step. Sorry. Once I have all the sentences, I'm going to create a simple process to duplicate them, right? For simplicity, I just split the whole text into two blocks, and then I took half of it and the other half, and I created the embeddings. Is how you represent the sentences in numbers that are closely similar, and then we perform a comparison using cosine similarity. So what I do is, for the ones that have at least 6.6 score, you see everything appears to be working. It works, right? Similar. So anything above 600, you can change, based on your data. I identify them as duplicates, and what I do, if there are duplicates, I change the sentence for a blank sentence. So essentially, I strip it out, right? So yeah, very powerful process here, right? So now we go to the interesting part. Now I have the pages that are not duplicated. This is the straightforward, because you just have to go through the code here. So what I do is, now that I have the text in the duplicated, I wrote an article for a journal that explains this process for random text, right? It basically has the code here in the notebook. You feed the text, and from feeding the text, look at that. It generates both the answer in the question from the text. Look at that, a great battery for a great phone. How does the battery compare to other smartphones? How long does a full charge last? 3 days. Look at that. Super powerful, right? And how long does it take for the phone to recognize the battery? Right? A couple of cycles. And yeah, so all these questions, obviously you are not going to be able to use all of them, but it's a lot less work. Just review and edit them and remove out the ones that are not going to be useful for your specific use case. But this was completely generated by a computer. How crazy is that? I'm going to explain how that process works after this, right? And But finally, I want to show you with a template to generate the schema. I can simply pass the questions and answers to the schema, and it will generate them. Very cool. So generate the JSON LD. I'm going to copy this JSON LD, and I'm going to paste it to the rich results test, right? So now that I have it in the rich results test, right, I can verify that it works correctly, right? So you can see that the rich result test is working great. So look at that. Very useful, right? Questions, answers, completely automatically generated. But think about the implications of this. All this content was from the reviews. It's generating the questions, right? And answers from the reviews from the users. How crazy is that, right? Very powerful stuff. So yeah, so let's, very cool idea here. So yeah, so you see that I think I skipped. See what happened. Looks like I skipped the part where I explain how this works, right? So yeah, so this is the part, I didn't get to explain this part. So basically, this model, essentially the way that this works is three models. You use one model that will identify answers in the text, in the reviews. And that's the first model, just finding the answers, right? This is an approach. There are different ways to do it, but it's one approach. This is answer aware question generation. So the first model finds the answer, right? And you say, oh, how's it going to find the answer without the question? Well, you can do entity recognition, right? So you identify entities in the text, you find dates, you find people, you find places, and that could be the answer. That's one approach. Once you have the answer, then you have another model that, given the answer and given the text, it will produce questions that will result in that answer, right? That's the next model. And then the third one can take the questions generated and the text and confirm that it can find the answer, right? And we'll do the third part. So now the cool thing is that all these three models, when we use Google T5, Google Transfer, text-to-text transfer transformer, it will do all those three. You only use one model. It will do all three things end to end, just once, right? Really powerful stuff. So you open my Colab and you go to find it and see it there, right? So resources to learn more. I wrote an article for the Bing blog about this, where you can learn a little bit about, in more granular detail, about how this question generation happens, how it works. I used even a really cool analogy using GPS, using a GPS analogy. And I wrote another article for SCJ that talks about this whole process that I just described, what we're using it with reviews. I would like you also to check out a commercial product in the works, which is Archimuse First Draft. They share with me, a PDF of a content that it was fully generated with their machine, with their product, which is, it takes, instead of doing questions and answers, it takes a content brief that their tool also generates. Generate a content brief, from the content brief, generate the content. It looks really great. And you have a link for early access. It's hard to talk about content generation. I mentioned GPT-3. This has been, super hyped. Once you check this article that talks about some of the limitations, and why, might or might not be something you want to use in the immediate term in terms of the content generation. And if you want to learn a little bit of Python to be able to use this code, modify the code I provided, here's a link on my SCJ introduction for SEOs to do the Python generation. And finally, my company, we do, SEO automation using Sheets, and deploying experiments in the CDN, specifically Cloudflare. So make sure to check us out. And we have a beta access that can actually generate meta descriptions automatically for you, which is to provide the URLs and we'll generate them. Thank you very much.
I wasn't sure if you're in Greg's presentation, but.
Great, thanks, Hamlet. We do have, we're jumping right into the questions. We have a question from Jeannie Hill.
Where you're having similar reports for each of your sites.
Yeah, so it has some limits. Yeah, it's one of the limits is the they tend to write really short answers and questions. This iteration of the machine learning models, they have that limitation because transformers, which is the backbone of that, cannot go through. It's they call that is it grows quadratically. Quadratically means it takes a lot of computing time. The longer the sequence, but there is a new generation that is more efficient. But I haven't played or I haven't seen the code updated to take advantage of these higher performant models. But there is a limit right now in terms of the length of the answers, and it's mostly about the answers because the questions can be long, but that's the limitation. Yeah.
Okay, we did have a question from Rachel, and we will have the presentations and the recordings and everything uploaded into our learning management system, and should be able to access those as soon as tomorrow, and they'll be in our system. I do have a question though, Hamlet.
Sure.
Once a page is crawled, have you noticed? Specifically, let's say an FAQ, how long does it take till we can kind of start to expect to see, our FAQs and our schema start to show up in the search results? Is this something that takes, maybe days, or we're talking more about, a couple of weeks or even a couple of months for it to show up?
Yeah, I think it typically takes days, right? And it's a lot based on the demand, because even though you can add this schema, but you're not 100% guaranteed to have it. But the less competition you have, right, and also the more demand there is for that content, for that question and answering content, the better, right? But it's not something that is just related to how you generate the FAQ, whether you use AI or not. It's just going to be, it's gonna take a few days. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I'll post an update on that. Absolutely. Okay. I think you're muted, Bill. Bill, you're muted.
So, a little bit more about so for usability, not necessarily just rankings. How many questions and answers would you put on one HTML page, one page? I personally I tend to try to limit it to about no more than 20 questions. And then if I case it, I might move those to another, if it's more than 20, I might move them to another page. But is there a kind of a, I guess a rule of thumb or best practice for, how many questions you put on one particular page?
Yeah. And I think, as you mentioned, I think it's more about usability, right? So a good practice is you can include, for example, 100, but you put a pagination control in the FAQs. So that from the end user perspective, so from the search engine, right, you might still have the full list in the HTML, but for the end user, to not make it too complicated, you can do with CSS, create a CSS pagination where the user can go 20 at a time, right? So that way you get all the content on the page, but also for the user, you're making it, easy to not having to refresh the page to see the rest of the FAQs, right? But also you have to think about mobile, right? Mobile versus desktop, right? So in the mobile device, maybe 20 is too much, right? Maybe it might be 5 or 10, right, from the mobile. And that's the cool thing about having CSS to control this, because you can use media types in CSS. So depending on the device, you might shrink it to 5 if it's mobile, and shrink it to, expand it to 20 if it's a desktop user that is opening the page, right? You're muted again. You get an automated mute, right?
Yep. Exactly. So how often, do you, in any of the answers, do you include any, in FAQ, I guess FAQ answers, do you include any kind of, let's say images and bullet points and, more, formatted text, or what, would it be better to mainly just include, the text itself? I mean, you're kind of, in the schema codes, I could see not necessarily adding, the images actually in the schema code and so forth, but in the answers, might be a little bit more appropriate.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really awesome idea. I have tried adding, links, right? Because it's going to show up in the search, so you can have, the links back to the page, so that they get the answers. You want to learn more, here's the link, come here. But I think that's a cool idea. I haven't actually tested, but I don't see why it wouldn't work to try to add the images. Probably, Google wouldn't let the image in the search because it's going to affect the layout and everything. But, in the actual HTML, yeah, absolutely, right? So the generation can be not just the text, but also the images, right? And also, there's something, it's crazy to think about it, but you can use AI to generate new images as well, right? It's a very advanced and complicated topic, stuff hopefully for next year, right? But you can generate new images, using AI. There's a technique called GANs, generative adversarial networks, that you can be used for that you can combine with the actual descriptions. You describe what you want the image to be, and have the system generate it, completely new. This is really, really cool. It's crazy stuff you can do nowadays.
Well, just thinking about the sources of the content, maybe we might, I know, thinking off the top of my head, a couple different sources, might be, if you have a search box maybe for on your site, and you've looked at, what people search for, on a site search and custom site search for your website. Obviously, if somebody's coming to your site and they're using the search box on your site to find a product or a type of service, or certainly that's one place to, if you look at all the questions or even the keywords that they type in to try and search your internal site, that might be a good source of coming up with possible questions. Obviously, if they're searching for it over and over again, there might be some area. Are there any other areas other than that? We kind of think about for FAQs and building out maybe even a kind of a knowledge base for your site or your service, or about your product. So are there any kind of other sources?
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't know how many have tried the Bing keyword research tool. It has an automated filter for questions. So you can actually use the free Bing Webmaster Tools as a powerful keyword tool that you can use to research questions, right? And it's free. And there are premium tools that you can use for keyword research, for question research. So you can research questions that people searching, type in Google or Bing. You can also filter manually in Search Console. You can look for the modifiers of questions, pull the queries. You can use Data Studio to pull the whole list of questions from Search Console. Search, internal search, as you mentioned, you can use Google Analytics to pull that report when you can get those searches that people type in your internal search if you have one. Now we can do something really more interesting as well, right? You can tap into other systems where people, provide questions. Think about support emails, chats, sales, questions, or you might have pre-sales FAQs. You might have internal wikis where your support staff is keeping track of all these questions, right? So there's a lot of really interesting places when you can pull that information, not just for the questions, not for the answers. And that's some of the cool stuff we're doing with some clients is we're priming these systems to learn the nuances of our clients it's a process called fine tuning. So for example, we have a client that we pull their turn to, questions and answers, user generated questions and answers that they have from Turn2 or Yocto or some of these, user generated providers. They gave us a list of questions and answers, and we retrained the models, right? The publicly available models, we retrained them with that private data so that they're more precise and more accurate when they're answering them in terms of learning what are the questions that they should be asking and what are the answers, right? Because some industries, things can be very specific and very nuanced. So you can train them with that data, right? Another one that we have in the queue is client using their email data. So we have a client that is an email provider. Said they have so much content and so much information hidden in their emails, right? And that information is super valuable because the same approach that I mentioned here to use reviews to generate the FAQs can use the same approach, just pulling the text from emails, right? And for internal wikis as well, right? So it's just give you some ideas. So you start thinking about that. Pretty much your creativity is limitation. Whatever you can think. This stuff is super powerful, right? Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. There is in the schema, if you specify the feature image in the schema, right? Google will pull it off as well. Yeah. It's a good point, Jenny. Thank you.
Yes, that's also article schema and for example, and blog posts, and there's a couple different ways to specify the specific image URL, specifically of what the main URL is for that particular image.
Yeah, and Bill, and the idea is that this approach, this technique, can surface new content that is not publicly available, but that you'll be happy to share because you're repurposing content that you or the client already has, right? And it's going to be valuable, right? So.
Okay. Any other questions in particular? Give it another minute or so, and then we'll. As I mentioned, this presentation and as well as the recording and so forth will all be available in our learning system. Should be starting tomorrow, and you'll be able to get all this. Like I said, Hamlet's presentation. If you missed any of it as you were coming in, becoming late on it.
Yeah, absolutely. I will share it also on my Twitter handle, and also the link to the Collab, so you get access to the code that I was sharing here, that I was showing you. It's fully accessible, so you can start playing with it. And let me know, if you try it out and want other new ideas that I didn't think about, you can make use of this. So this is super exciting stuff. I'm always happy to learn about other uses people make of that.
Sure, and of course your Twitter handle is at Hamlet Batista.
Yeah. Yeah. I will warn you that I use a lot of emojis, right? Especially the snake and the fire. So if you don't get bothered by that, right?
Yes, I think we all need to move. I need to use more emojis. The only one I tend to use is the face with the tears. I use that too much. The laughing face with tears.
Yeah, it's just my content tends to be really intense and technical, so at least I yeah, at least I can get people to not look too intimidated by the code, the Python code.
Okay, thanks, Hamlet. Well, go ahead and wrap this up. I don't see any other additional questions, so at this point, so it's thanks again for joining me this afternoon. And like I said, we'll have all the recordings and presentations and so forth also in the learning management system
Yeah, no, thank you for having me. So
okay,
it
thank
was
you
a
very much.
blast. Yeah,
Okay.
have a great one. Thank you.
Hi, this is Bill Hartzer, and we're back with this afternoon one of the last presentations by Jason Wright from Marketing Data. I'm going to go ahead and start his presentation. Jason was not available to join us this afternoon. However, we do have his presentation in his place that he sent over. So I'm going to go ahead and start that. We will have some contact information to get in touch with him as well. And again, the presentation and his recording will be in the learning management system when we're done. After this session, you can stick around and go over to the Hrefs room, and we will have in the HS room, we will have the famous Dwayne Forrester closing out the conference. So without further ado, here is Jason Wright.
All right, let's get into the state of the search for 2020. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Get us into our presentation. Thank you everyone for joining my session and watching. My name is Jason Wright. I am the digital agency owner of Marketing by Data. We're an industry leading digital marketing agency, and we've been found on SEO Rockstar, Search Engine Journal, SEO Intelligence Agency, Internet Marketing Gold, Status Search Conference. We put out courses, as well as been quoted in a number of places, keynote speaker. We're a premier Google ad agency. I'm a digital marketer, trainer, and coach, so I teach experts how to be experts. And luckily enough, been able to work with some of the large and small companies out there, such as Disney, MySpace, Disney, MySpace, Playboy, 800 No Cuffs, plus a lot more. Their search, acquisition, and business consulting. So the overview, what to go through, I'm going to keep things moving because we're about 25 minutes. I want to make sure that there's enough time for being able to answer questions. We're going to cover conversion rate optimization tips. These are things that help you in SEO on your pages. So when people go there, the faster they are able to be converted into a potential customer or as a revenue generator for products and services. They terminate search. The more that will help you get to the top position of search. We're going to look at some marketing channel tips for generic SEO, as well as some SEO tips for content. And we also got some business metrics I want to share with you because this is very valuable when you're trying to identify in your marketing efforts and using SEO. Let's say that you were increase SEO by 10%. What does that mean? So you can identify how much revenue does that generate from that expense that they have. And also we're going to go into a show and tell of Google My Business tips. So conversion rate optimization tips, what we're looking at is that a pretty website does not equal a converting website. A lot of times you'll notice that some of these unappealing websites convert very well. And there's a number of reasons for that. It's because a lot of times they touch on what needs to be done in order to get someone to convert. They have clear messaging above the fold. They have the clear call to action. They tell you exactly what the page or product is about. They have a creative incentive or to purchase or to contact, and they have credibility plus social proof. So those are some pieces you want above the fold in your call to action, meaning that it could be a phone number, it could be a form, it could be your product add to cart, whatever it is that you're trying to get people to do. Another conversion rate optimization tip is exit overlays. Now, what this is, an overlay is a pop-up, but the way that it's is someone goes to leave the site or breaks the pane, it's going to trigger the offer that comes up that gets them to either leave their information and you send them a free ebook, or you give them 10% off a product, or it's some type of incentive so that way you can capture their marketing information, so that way you can get them to come back later on. Also, another good tip is browser push notifications. And you'll go, when you go to sites, you'll see this will, domain.com, we allow domain.com to send you updates or notifications. And most of the times you'll click no, but you can start building a list that way as well too. And what that does is that you could send out notifications. So you got a new blog post, or you got a new product that comes out, or a discount, and they'll get that at the bottom right of their browser. And another thing that's very important that you guys use, and this is more of an analytical tip, is use Hotjar. They have a free option where you can get 100 recordings for free that'll go across pages, and you can set up heat maps on 3 pages. So you can see what the issues are when people go there, where, how far are they scrolling down? Are they even getting to what your primary call to action is on your sales page? Plus a lot of other information that you can see is the path of users, and are they getting confused on the site? So it'll help you uncover a lot of things that help with the conversion optimization. So some basic generic SEO tips that we're going to jump on, because we're going to focus more on Google My Business, is try to rank one page for one keyword. Use it one H1 tag per page. Now, this can be different. As we're starting to see tools like Pop and Core, we're saying, maybe 2 H1s, maybe 3 H1s, depending on what the competition is doing. On average, we're looking at about 1,500 words per page, whether it be a blog post, a service page, and even a product page. And on product pages, you have the luxury a lot of times of being able to get a lot of reviews on there that'll help bulk up that page that are synonymously topically relevant. Naming images and videos with descriptive file names. So, let's say that you have a attorney, and it would be the attorney's picture. You would do attorney name, personal injury attorney, DUI attorney, whatever it may be, just to have that. So that way when it scrapes the site, it sees that file's name. It also helps you rank in image searches and video searches as well too. Add videos to product pages. This increases conversion rate. I think it's 2 to 3.5% increase in conversion rate on product pages that have a video on it. Set up your Google Search Console and Bing Webmaster Tools, and do not trust a web developer to do your SEO. Just take that out right now. So if you're SEOs, you already know this. If you're an SEO developer, get your SEO game strong. If you're a developer trying to learn SEO, know that you got a ways to go before you be trusted doing some claiming that you do SEO, because we come across a lot of contracts all the time where the web developer is adding SEO into it, but they have no idea what they're doing. Content, some general tips for content. Do I always have to create new content? Most cases we don't. We do great on page. And the other thing with that great on page is that a lot of times that gets us to the top when we just get a strong backlink profile that's topically relevant from how we acquire. Another thing that I've heard is that content is king, and I argue against that, that content's not king. For instance, did you know that I wrote a book on how to get the #1 ranking for any keyword on Google? You don't know that because I didn't promote it. So it's not the content, it's the promotion of content that's king. And also that's not a book I wrote, but it's just for an example. Now, what type of content should I create if I want to create content? So one thing that we've seen to do very well is we create skyscraper content that usually has about 3,000 words. And what we do is we see if there's something already out there that's doing very well and getting a lot of shares, and then we make it that much better. So you can use tools like BuzzSumo to try and find some articles or look and search. And usually a lot of times it's kind of around questions like, should I hire? Should I buy? Should I use this? What brand should I use? And it's that long form content that we found works very well in getting that and pointing the internal links back and getting some external backlinks and being able to get it placed throughout the web and as well too, found has a lot of value. Now, business metrics, this is something that you definitely want to look at with your clients for a number of reasons. One, you're going to add a lot of value when you start talking this way, because you go, wow, you're not interested in just getting us leads. You're interested in us understanding our business and you understanding our business. So these are some things that you want to take into account. So lifetime value, for us, we have a service-based business, right? So let's say you have a SEO client that comes on $2,000 a month, and then on average, you keep them for 1.5 years. You know that you got, was that 24,000 plus 6, 12, 36,000 that you get off signing an SEO client. So if you make 36,000 off an SEO client, how much are you willing to spend for that SEO client? See, you could turn that on your client. Let's say that their service is something similar, and you could say, well, you know, if we take 30% rule of thumb of LTV, lifetime value, and we know that we do 36,000, it's going to be 6,200 we're willing to pay to get one SEO client, right? That's 3 months worth of work, but you know, if you keep them for 1.5 years, you got them. So those are some things. And then I've got a Facebook e-commerce calculator. If you guys are doing Facebook ads that I wanted to throw in there for you as well too, feel free to access that with the link at the bottom. Now, Google My Business. This is the big thing that I wanted to discuss, you know, because this is really focused on local. Those other pieces are important to any type of business, whether it's local or national, but we're going to run through real quick, and then I'm going to show you on my Google My Business how we set it up. So one of the things is that your name, and feel free to, when you get these recordings, you can pause this and read through this. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to jump into it. Or actually, let me go through the so we're going to go name, category, location, hours, phone, short name. You want to fill out everything that you possibly can. Make sure that you have that information. And then one trick is for your photos, add as many as possible, but also use the Google 360 for Street View virtual tour. And Google has a team for like $350 or $450, I forget the exact cost, that will go out to your business and do a virtual tour of the physical location if you have one. And we find that that's helped get people increase in position as well too, because you have a authorized, I forget exactly how they determine the person who uploads it, but it seems to have some weight as well too. And then we're going to talk a little bit about the Google My Business post. And we don't continually do posts, but we update every year, and we use an offer, and that's kind of the same offer you're going to want to have on your site, that incentive for people to contact you. So that way you don't have to go in there every 2 weeks, because we find every 2 weeks it wasn't really doing anything. So we just have something that sticks. So go ahead, and this is and I'll start with posts just so that we can get an idea, in which we've got our post for this specific office that we had set up in San Francisco. And you set up add offer, and in that offer, what you do is on your date, you got your start date, end date, and you just add in that 1 year distance as we've done here, so it'll end. But what that does is that will stick in the results that I'm trying to think of, the right hand side. I'm drawing a blank, but when you see the profile on the right hand side, usually that's where you're going to see when you see the post. Now jump into keyword stuff, and this has been up here for a couple of years and we haven't been flagged yet. So just take note, if you get flagged on doing the name, you want to have a keyword in the name. And you'll notice overnight that for stuff that you didn't come up for before, you're going to shoot up. And this is one of the big tricks, but you have to be careful. But if you get flagged, let it run for a little while, see, and then change it up a little bit about how you're doing it. So maybe I'll start, this was to get flagged, I'd start with marketing by data, pipe, SEO company, PPC management. I might change it up a little bit, keep changing it. So that way it's not as if I'm trying to push the same through and getting flagged. I've never had an account taken down because of this. So if we keep getting Slack, we just leave it as a business name, let it run, see how it performs. Because usually by the time we get done in 3 to 6 months around, we notice that we're coming up for those terms anyway. Now our categories, select all relevant categories. So don't do categories that aren't relevant because you don't want to come up for things that you're not relative to. So for instance, I had a business that was doing breathalyzers, so IID installations, and they also put in their categories DMV because they're saying, oh, we're related to DMV. They were getting calls from the people who were looking for the DMV office when people were searching for DMV in that area. So it wasn't very effective at being able to generate qualified leads. So we updated it, eliminated that problem. We did see a decline in the number of impressions and searches, but it didn't hurt us because we had an increase in the other types of searches that they were trying to get for IID. Now, there's discussion, no one's really determined if exactly, if you have a physical location, does that do better than if you use a service area? This one is a service area, and the tricks that we used, you could get a local virtual office, not like a Regus, something small that's not on the radar yet. Get your postcard there, get it verified. You can leave it as a physical location or have it as a service office. In this instance, just use a service area, and it does fine for PPC and SEO company under this listing for maps. And then when you set up your hours, you have to think of it in 2 ways. When are you taking calls? It doesn't necessarily matter when the business is open like us, we're not open 24 hours, but we have the ability to answer with call center 24 hours. So we're going to put, we're open 24 hours because regardless of the time, we want people to be able to reach out to us. So that way we can get those calls and convert them, because if we're not open, someone else is. Special hours, are you open Christmas and holidays? You can put that if you want, like local stores may do that. So if you have a restaurant, and just to highlight it more, but in general for, businesses outside of that, we don't bother with the additional work. Haven't found it has much of an impact outside of those types of businesses. And then we've got our phone number, and something to note, because you're talking about citations, and let's say that we wanted to track this, we would put a tracking phone number here as number 1, and then we would add our citation number as number 2. And that citation number would be the one that you find on the site. That could be an 800 number, or it could be a local number, it doesn't matter. But you can add additional phone numbers, so that way people can contact, or the citations can, or Google's algorithm can match citations. Then we've got our name. So we did this one, marketing by data. If this was our main office, we would just leave it at marketing by data, but it's San Francisco, so we add San Francisco. And then add in the UTM parameters on here. This is something that we do so that way we can track traffic to the site. It's still the homepage. We just got the parameter on there, and we see, you can see how many impressions and clicks you get on this through your Google Analytics tracking, appointment links as well too. Now, products. So this is something as a service-based business, you may think, do I need to add product, or why would I add products? Yeah, we add products because our services are products. We want to have what we do, and we want to put in search engine optimization. We don't put the price, a short description, and then a link back to the page. Now these links I've seen get picked up, so it's given us more relevancy from Google, plus helps them understand the site a little bit better, and gives the option for us to get our services out there even more. And then you go, well, is the services any different? No, the service is the same. So we could add a custom service, search engine optimization would be one. Load that up. So then we would continue to add our services. You could add a different business category. So if you have, a law firm, let's say you do private PI attorney, you would then go into there, you dog bite attorney, and then you do car accident attorney, truck accident attorney, and then you'd have criminal defense attorney, and under there you have DUI attorney. You'd have what else in the criminal juvenile attorney, mass tort, or not mass torts. Trying to think of some other ones, but you get the idea. And then we have our website. So it automatically creates the majority of this, and then in your content, so let's say you wanted to edit, you're going to want to put in the summary header, internet marketing service description, you could say, but you want to draw these out a little bit. So you essentially want to break out, search engine optimization, and then you would have, the definition of it, or how you define it. Oh, it's a short description, sorry. So in your summary body, you'd put that information in there. Let me save this, publish it. All right, but go to your info, and we didn't get to the end of this before we got there, but add your highlights, health savings, service options. All right, online appointments. Just always add in what the business provides. But you can take this description. This is a shorter description. It's almost a 750, but we could drop that into our website. And I'll show you a trick here to get another backlink from Google. And you could do, I don't mind. We will link back to the service pages from here. So we'll do search engine optimization, and then we'll link back. We'll link back like that. That way you get Google linking back to your service pages. Go ahead and you save it.
And that is it for the Google My Business presentation for the State of Search 2020. Hopefully you got some good information in there that you can apply right away. And if you have any questions, we're going to go into a Q&A right here. But outside of that, if you're watching, you can always give us a shout. You can reach me directly at jason@marketingbydata.com, or you can hit me on the telephone at 866-869-4452. And with any questions, always feel free to reach out. I'm always open, looking to either learn something you've got that you found, or if you want to talk about some clients that you have or a business that you may have, always feel free to reach out, as I'm here to help. So let's get into our Q&A.
Thanks, Jason, for the presentation this afternoon. Unfortunately, Jason was not able to join us this afternoon. He had a prior commitment, but I'm going to go ahead and let you know that we do have coming up the Dwayne Forrester and his final closing keynote address. And if you'd like to join us there, that is in the Ahrefs room, and it's coming up soon. So again, thanks again for joining us in the on-call room this afternoon and yesterday and today. And if you have any questions about this Jason's presentation, we will have the contact information and his presentation in particular available in our learning system, as well as the recording to the presentation as well coming up.